Medieval warfare had no shortage of brutal weapons. But some of the most terrifying were siege engines, built for one purpose: breaking castles. These tools of destruction, designed to batter walls, breach gates, and force even the strongest fortresses to surrender, ranged from simple tactics to devastating machines of war. We've spent hundreds of hours researching, modeling, and reconstructing them to show exactly how they looked and operated in the medieval world. My name is Ben, and this is Deconstructed. For centuries, castles dominated the landscape. They controlled territory, protected rulers, stored wealth, and projected authority. From the 11th century onward, castles spread across Europe, evolving from simple timber fortifications into massive stone strongholds. Thick curtain walls, fortified gatehouses, and flanking towers transformed them into some of the most formidable defensive structures of the medieval world. As these fortifications grew more advanced, capturing them demanded equally specialized methods. A siege is the process of surrounding and isolating a fortified position, either to force its surrender or to breach its defenses.
I found something in the store.
Okay, what did you find?
Over time, sieges became central to medieval warfare. Resources, but they came at a high cost, requiring immense time, money, and manpower. We specifically focused on how sieges were carried out in medieval Europe at the end of the High Middle Ages and into the Late Middle Ages, roughly the 13th and 14th centuries. The castle shown here is a simplified representative model inspired by real European castles of the period, incorporating a water-filled moat and key defensive features typical of the era. Castles were often built on elevated terrain, hills, cliffs, or mountains, making them even harder to attack. For this demonstration, however, the surrounding terrain has been kept flat, allowing us to clearly show how these brutal siege devices were used during an assault. But a siege didn't typically begin with an attack. It actually began with something seemingly unmedieval. When an army first arrived, negotiations often came first, to avoid the cost of a prolonged conflict. If no agreement was reached, the attackers would establish a camp and secure their position around the castle, cutting off supplies and reinforcements. This camp became their fortified base for the duration of the siege. A defensive perimeter of wooden palisades was typically erected around it. Inside, soldiers slept, stored supplies, and built siege engines. Setting up camp marked the true beginning of the siege, not with violence, but with pressure. In many cases, the attackers simply waited. Rather than risk a costly assault, they relied on time to do the work for them. Sieges could last for months, even years, as food ran out, water became scarce, and disease began to spread within the walls. Most siege engines were not brought ready-made. Instead, they were assembled on site. Essential materials, such as iron fittings, ropes, and tools, were transported with the army, while large quantities of timber were sourced locally. Armies had often marched for weeks to reach their target, setting up far from home in unfamiliar territory. There was little privacy, and after a long day of preparing for an assault, there wasn't exactly much to unwind, and definitely no way to catch up on your favorite shows from back home. Today, the setting may be different, but that kind of exposure hasn't gone away, especially when you're traveling or using public Wi-Fi. That's where NordVPN comes in. When you connect to the internet without protection, your data can be visible to others on the same network, whether that's hackers, trackers, or anyone trying to monitor your activity. NordVPN encrypts your internet connection, turning your data into unreadable information before it leaves your device. Even if someone tries to intercept it, they won't be able to see what you're doing. It's a simple step, but it can make a big difference when you're connecting through networks you don't control. Instead of trusting that a public connection is safe, NordVPN helps make sure your information stays protected from the start. It also hides your IP address, keeping your location and identity private. And if you're traveling, it lets you access content as if you were back home, so you're not locked out of the services you normally use. So whether you're on public Wi-Fi, at a hotel, or even sieging a castle somewhere, it adds a layer of protection between you and anyone trying to access your information. Try NordVPN and get an exclusive discount on a 2-year plan plus 4 extra months for free at nordvpn.com/deconstructed with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Back at the castle, when things escalated, attackers had to take the risk and close the distance. With that shift, the siege entered a more dangerous phase. Machines like the battering ram and the siege tower were brought forward, each built to overcome a specific obstacle and push the attack closer to the walls, crossing one of the most lethal zones, the open ground before the castle. Fully exposed, advancing soldiers came under constant attack from above, as arrows, bolts, and stones rained down from the battlements. From behind the walls, this fortified position gave defenders a decisive advantage, allowing a relatively small force to hold off an army many times its size. To counter this, advancing troops were supported by archers and other ranged weapons, tasked with suppressing defenders on the walls. Archers themselves were protected by portable wooden shields known as mantlets, from which they could fire safely toward the battlements. Some were mounted on wheels, allowing them to be repositioned as the attack progressed. The next obstacle was the moat, a water-filled barrier designed to keep both troops and siege engines at a distance. To cross it, attackers filled sections with earth, stones, timber, and brushwood. It was slow, dangerous work, carried out under constant threat from above. To protect those working, attackers used mobile sheds on wheels, often called penthouses, cats, or tortoises. These timber-framed structures shielded soldiers from incoming projectiles as they pushed forward, dumped material into the moat, and withdrew to repeat the process. Their roofs were often covered in rawhides to prevent fire from taking hold. Once enough material had been placed, soldiers could cross the filled section, often laying additional planks to support heavier equipment. With that, the attackers could finally begin to close in on the castle walls. The main gate was typically the weakest point in a castle's defenses, and often the primary target. But it was also the most heavily defended. In castles with moats, the drawbridge would be raised, blocking access entirely. Once a crossing had been established, attackers brought forward one of the oldest siege weapons in history, the battering ram. Used since ancient Egypt, it consisted of a heavy wooden log, suspended by ropes or chains within a mobile, covered frame, protecting the soldiers operating it, very similar to the mobile shed used to fill the moat. The front of the log was often tapered to a point and reinforced with iron to maximize impact and prevent splitting. Before reaching the gate, attackers first had to deal with the drawbridge. Under cover, they would swing the ram rhythmically back and forth to break or collapse it. Once down, the ram could be brought against the main gate, where sustained blows would eventually break it open. But even then, the danger wasn't over. To get through the gatehouse, soldiers had to leave their protection of cover and enter the narrow gate passage, funneled into a kill zone where defenders attacked from arrow slits and murder holes above. Inside, attackers often encountered portcullises, heavy grills blocking the passage. They could try to burn or lift them, but success was far from guaranteed. This is why assaults were often launched on multiple fronts. Another approach was far simpler: ladders. Attackers would rush the walls, raise ladders, and climb directly into combat. It was fast, but incredibly dangerous. Soldiers remained fully exposed, and defenders could push ladders away or strike down those climbing. A more advanced solution was the siege tower, or belfry, which appeared around the same time as the battering ram, making them one of the earliest siege engines. These large, mobile wooden structures allowed soldiers to reach the height of the battlements while remaining protected. Constructed on site, they were typically rectangular and built to match or slightly exceed the height of the castle walls. Mounted on 4 or more wheels, the tower could be rolled toward the castle across planks laid over the ground and the filled moat. It was usually pushed from behind, though in some cases, ropes or pulleys were used with teams of men or oxen pulling it forward. Inside, multiple levels connected by ladders allowed soldiers to climb to the top. At the upper level, a drawbridge, operated by a winch, could be lowered onto the battlements, creating a direct path onto the wall walk for soldiers to attack defenders. From here, attackers could surge onto the walls, while archers positioned at the top level of the tower suppressed defenders during the final approach. Like the movable sheds we saw earlier, the tower's exterior was covered with rawhides to reduce the risk of fire. By this point, attackers had developed ways to cross the moat, breach the gate, and scale the walls, each step bringing them closer. But the most powerful siege engines were designed to do something more ambitious: break the castle's defenses from a distance. And this coordinated assault inspired us to create a detailed poster illustrating the different siege methods and machines used to break through castle defenses. Grab yours through the link in the description. We're also giving one away. For a chance to win one, like this video, subscribe, and comment below. Which siege weapon surprised you the most? We'll announce the winner in the next video. And a quick shout out to our last giveaway winner. Congratulations! Catapults were used to launch projectiles from a distance, and both attackers and defenders made use of them during sieges. These machines were classified by how they stored and released energy, most commonly through torsion, tension, and later gravity, evolving over centuries and finally culminating in the most powerful of them all, the counterweight trebuchet. The earliest of these were torsion-powered engines, beginning with the ballista. Originally developed by the ancient Greeks, the ballista remained in use for nearly 2,000 years. It was designed to launch projectiles such as stones or large bolts over long distances with a high degree of accuracy. These machines varied significantly in size, from small portable versions operated by 2 men to large engines requiring crews of around 8, capable of launching stones weighing up to 30 kilograms over distances exceeding 400 meters. The ballista was built around a central wooden beam with a groove that guided the projectile. At the rear, the projectile rested against a string connected to 2 wooden arms. Each arm was inserted into tightly twisted skeins of cord fixed to the frame. These cords acted as torsion springs, storing potential energy as the arms were drawn back. Mounted on the central beam was a sliding block fitted with a claw mechanism that gripped the string. To prepare for launch, a winch at the rear pulled the sliding block backward using a rope. As it moved, it drew the string with it, pulling the arms back and gradually increasing the stored energy in the system. As the block was drawn back, a ratchet and pawl mechanism prevented it from moving forward until release. Once fully drawn, the projectile was placed into the groove along the beam. The ballista was then aimed by raising or lowering it using a hinged arm that engaged with notches on the supporting frame below. To launch, a trigger lever was pulled. The claw pivoted upward, releasing the string. The arms snapped forward, driving the string ahead and propelling the projectile toward the target. After each shot, the system was reset and prepared again. Following the fall of the Western Roman Empire, ballistas gradually fell out of use in Western Europe during the early Middle Ages, though some variants continued in certain regions. One such variant, the Springald, was built for castle defense, compact in form, yet devastating against troops approaching the walls. To uncover what gave it its edge and how it differed from a ballista, we've created a dedicated deep dive video available exclusively to our YouTube and Patreon members. Ballistas were eventually replaced by the simpler and cheaper onager. Also powered by torsion, it is the type of catapult most people recognize, though its operation differs from common assumptions. Developed by the Romans in the 3rd century BCE, it was used primarily to throw projectiles like stones over walls rather than directly at personnel. Depending on its size, it typically required a crew of up to 8 men to operate and could launch stones weighing up to around 45 kilograms over distances exceeding 300 meters. The onager was built around a heavy wooden frame with a rigid vertical support at one end. At its core was a single arm inserted into a thick skein of twisted cord fixed to the frame, using the same torsion principle as the ballista. At the end of the arm was either a bowl or a sling to hold the projectile. The sling was a later improvement that increased the effective length of the arm, giving the machine greater range. One end of the sling was fixed to the arm, while the other ended in a ring placed onto a metal pin at the tip of the arm. The angle of that pin determined when the ring slipped free during launch, releasing the projectile. To prepare for launch, the arm was hauled down with a winch and rope, gradually increasing the stored energy in the system. As the arm was drawn back, a ratchet and pawl mechanism prevented it from snapping forward too soon. Once fully drawn, the projectile was loaded. To launch it, the crew pushed forward a lever which doubled as the pawl, releasing the arm. The arm then snapped forward with tremendous force. If fitted with a sling, the sling opened at the peak of the swing, launching the projectile through the air. The arm then slammed into a padded stop before being reset for the next shot. Like the ballista, the onager gradually fell out of use in Western Europe during the early Middle Ages. And just like its predecessor, onagers were replaced by the next invention, the traction trebuchet. Unlike torsion-powered engines, this was a tension-powered system, using human force pulling a rope to generate the tension needed to launch the projectile. It was first developed in China in the 4th century BCE and introduced to Western Europe around the 6th century. Traction trebuchets were used to throw projectiles such as stones and varied widely in size, from small anti-personnel versions operated by a few men to large machines operated by hundreds, capable of launching stones weighing up to around 50 kilograms over distances of roughly 150 meters. The design was simple but highly effective, allowing it to launch projectiles faster than the torsion-powered systems we explored earlier. It consisted of a long wooden arm mounted on a frame, pivoting around a central axle. Ropes were attached to the shorter end of the arm, while the longer end carried a sling holding the projectile. To prepare for launch, the long end of the arm was lowered and the projectile was placed into the sling. To launch it, a team of soldiers pulled down sharply and in unison on the ropes. This downward force caused the long arm to swing upward at high speed, whipping the sling forward until it released the projectile toward the target. The traction trebuchet remained the primary ranged siege weapon in Western Europe until the 12th century, when it was gradually replaced by a more powerful design. However, it continued to be used particularly as an anti-personnel weapon. The evolution of siege engines culminated in the most destructive of them all, the counterweight trebuchet. Unlike the traction trebuchet, which relied on human force, this machine used gravity to generate immense power. It first appeared around the Mediterranean in the 12th century. The trebuchet's projectile could vary widely: stones, burning materials, or even rotting carcasses used to spread disease, but was most commonly a large stone. Its primary role was to break down walls through sustained bombardment. A large trebuchet required dozens of men to operate and could launch stones weighing over 100 kilograms over distances of up to 300 meters. Like earlier designs, it consisted of a long wooden arm mounted on a heavy frame, pivoting around a central axle. At the shorter end of the arm was a large hinged wooden box, typically filled with stones, acting as a counterweight. The longer end carried a sling holding the projectile. At the base of the frame was a guide chute, which supported the projectile in the sling before each shot. To prepare for launch, the long end of the arm was pulled downward using a winch, raising the counterweight into the air. Once in position, a locking lever held the arm in place. The winch ropes were then detached and set aside. The projectile was placed into the sling, resting on the guide chute. To launch, a rope attached to the locking lever was pulled. This released the counterweight, which dropped under gravity. As it fell, it drove the short end of the arm downward, causing the long end to swing upward with tremendous speed. The sling accelerated forward, releasing the projectile toward the target. Trebuchets could weaken a castle through repeated strikes, but thick stone walls were built to withstand punishment. So attackers often turned to another way of bringing them down, not by breaking through the wall, but by digging beneath it. One of the most effective methods of breaching a castle's defenses was undermining. Sappers, or workers, dug tunnels beneath the walls, supporting them temporarily with wooden props. These supports were then set on fire, using brushwood and other combustible materials to intensify the flames, causing the tunnel to collapse, and with it, the section of wall above. This created a breach for attackers to enter the castle. Defenders sometimes countered this by digging their own tunnels to intercept or collapse the attacker's work. In castles protected by water-filled moats, mining became far more difficult, as water seepage could flood the tunnels before they reached their target. By the 14th century, a new weapon began to change the balance of siege warfare. Large caliber cannons, known as bombards, started to appear. Unlike earlier engines, these weapons used gunpowder to fire heavy projectiles, delivering far greater destructive power than even the largest trebuchets. Early bombards launched massive stone balls, sometimes weighing over 100 kilograms, before later transitioning to iron shot. They were typically mounted on heavy wooden frames set directly on the ground, with the rear braced by timber to absorb the force of recoil. To protect the crew, the cannon was positioned behind wooden mantlets, shielding them from incoming projectiles. In front of the weapon, a hinged wooden shield could be raised to fire, then lowered again to protect the crew as they reloaded. By the 15th century, the increasing power of these weapons began to render traditional siege weapons, and the tactics built around them, obsolete. But breaking into a castle was only half the story. The real challenge was that castles were not just walls. They were layered systems filled with controlled entry points, elevated firing positions, and built-in defense mechanisms designed to turn every step forward into a deadly mistake. To understand why these fortresses were so difficult to defeat in the first place, watch our full breakdown of how medieval castles were actually constructed. Thanks for watching. Stay curious.
Do you smell that? That's the smell of adventure up ahead.
In the age of knights and kings, nothing commanded power like the medieval castle. More than a home, it was a fortress, armed with layered defenses to keep enemies at bay. A drawbridge that could rise in an instant, leaving only the black water of the moats below. A portcullis of iron and wood, ready to slam shut in the attacker's path. And murder holes raining danger from above. In this video, we've modeled the ultimate medieval castle, from the outmost walls to the heart of the castle, to reveal the engineering that made it nearly impossible to take. But before we get into it, I'm Lion, and this is Deconstructed. We break down the engineering behind history's most fascinating and today's most advanced machines and structures. So let's see how it all works. The product of a feudal world, the medieval castle was built during the Middle Ages by royalty, nobility, and powerful military orders. More than just stone walls, it was a fortified private residence, a stronghold for defense, an administrative hub, and the seat of daily life for those within its protection. In the 9th century, the Carolingian Empire, founded by Charlemagne, united much of Western and Central Europe under a single Christian rule, spanning present-day France, Germany, Northern Italy, and parts of Eastern Europe. But when the empire collapsed in the late 9th century, central authority crumbled, and power splintered into the hands of regional lords and nobles. It was in this fractured landscape that castles emerged, localized power centers where nobles could protect and govern their lands. Under the feudal system, land was exchanged for loyalty and military service, and castles became the physical embodiment of that bond. Facing constant threats from Magyars, Muslims, and Vikings, defense was paramount, and location was everything. To maximize visibility, castles were often built on elevated terrain, overlooking key rivers and trade routes. The earliest castles in medieval Europe, built from the 10th century and onwards, were simple motte and bailey designs, a wooden tower on a raised mound with a lower bailey enclosed below. During the 12th century, a scientific approach to castle defense emerged, and castle building entered its golden age. Driven by the ambitions of the Norman rulers, these fortifications grew from simple timber structures into massive stone strongholds with thick curtain walls, fortified gatehouses, and flanking towers. At their heart stood the Stone Keep, the ultimate refuge. In this video, we'll focus on the most advanced form of the medieval castle, the concentric fortress, combining the most iconic features into one detailed reconstruction. While no two castles were identical, our model blends elements from the 11th to 14th centuries to create the ultimate medieval stronghold. Before we jump inside, a quick note: we've put together a medieval castle collection to go with this video, and it's discounted for a limited time. I'll share more about that later. Now let's follow the path an attacking force would face when attacking the ultimate castle, advancing step by step towards the heart of the castle. Before making it inside the castle walls, the first obstacle would be the barbican, a fortified gateway positioned in front of the main entrance, designed to expose attackers to defensive fire before they even reach the main gate. The gate itself was built of thick timber reinforced with iron, capable of absorbing relentless battering at what was often the most targeted point of attack. From the inside, it was secured by a massive drawbar, a thick wooden beam that locked the doors in place. The beam sat in deep sockets carved into the stone walls on either side of the entrance. To secure the gate, the beam was slid from one socket across the door and into the other, bracing it against impact. Towering overhead, the battlements formed a defensive crown, a parapet cut with evenly spaced gaps called embrasures or crenels. Between them stood the merlons, solid stone shields for the defenders above. From here, they could dart out to fire arrows or drop projectiles, then vanish back into cover. Behind the battlements ran the wall walk, an elevated path accessible by stairs or ladders, allowing defenders to rush along the ramparts and reinforce any point that came under siege. From the wall walk, the battlement towers loomed higher still, giving defenders sweeping views and deadly attack angles. From these elevated positions, they could sweep the walls with flanking fire, hitting anyone trying to approach or scale them. Sometimes set into the merlons were narrow vertical openings called arrow slits, secured firing points that allowed archers or crossbowmen to strike while staying almost entirely hidden. Some were shaped to suit specific weapons and tactics, and in places, wooden shutters offered yet another layer of defense between shots.
Cualquier proyecto, cualquier reto.
But even the strongest defense mechanisms can be tested. Just recently, there was a security scare at Windsor Castle, an intruder making it past security before being stopped. There were a variety of headlines like "Intruder arrested on the grounds of Windsor Castle" and "Man arrested at Windsor Castle for trespass, drug possession." The thing is, the same story can be told in completely different ways, and it's easy to miss half the picture without even realizing it. I like being able to see how multiple outlets report the same event, how certain words can subtly change the tone, and even which details, like the mention of drug possession or Prince William, are included or left out. Which is why I use Ground News, an app and website that shows how many outlets are covering a story and lets you compare headlines for ship deed missing and you not think ground. It's priority to progress for castle and a better way to see the world without the spin. Alright, back to the castle. Breaking the Barbican defense was no guarantee to progress for enemies. The moat, a deep wide ditch often filled with water, encircled the fortress like a final warning. It stopped siege towers and battering rams long before they could touch the outer walls, forcing attackers to first fill it with earth just to get within striking distance. The moat also served another purpose. It made undermining nearly impossible, blocking the tactic of digging underneath the castle walls to collapse them using a wooden framework that was then set on fire. With the moat stretching out before the gate, the only direct path to the outer gate was across the drawbridge. Built as a heavy wooden deck hinged at the gatehouse threshold, it could be raised or lowered to control entry. In its most common form, chains attached to the outer end ran through pulleys above the gate, operated by a windlass in the room above the passage. When raised, the bridge folded up flush against the gatehouse, becoming yet another barrier between enemies and the castle. Only lighter bridges could be lifted this way, without any counterweight assistance. For larger, heavier bridges, a counterweight system was often added. As the windlass turned to raise the deck, the counterweights descended inside the gatehouse, offsetting the bridge's weight and making the lift far easier. Another approach was the bascule bridge. In this design, the bridge extended into the gate passage and over a pit. When raised, the inner section swung down into the pit, assisted by a counterweight beneath the bridge. Chains attached to the inner end and operated by a windlass in the room above allowed it to be lowered or raised smoothly. This setup also prevented the bridge from flipping if someone stepped on its inner end, while the pit itself created an extra obstacle for anyone trying to cross. By the 14th century, a simpler variant emerged. Like the first and second types, it used chains, but these were fixed to pivoting arms called gaffs, mounted above and parallel to the bridge. These arms extended back into the gatehouse, where heavy counterweights were mounted on their inner ends. This balanced the bridge so well it could be raised or lowered by hand. When lifted, the arms locked neatly into slots in the gatehouse wall, holding the bridge securely in its upright position. With the drawbridge lowered, attackers could rush straight into the next trap, the outer gatehouse. This fortified gateway controlled access to the outer bailey, the first open courtyard inside the castle walls. At its entrance stood another massive wooden gate, secured from within by a heavy bar lock, a thick wooden beam resting across the door, held in place by sturdy metal brackets. Up above, battlements like at the Barbican crowned the structure, while machicolations jutted out from the wall. These floor openings set between stone supports, called corbels, allowed defenders to drop stones and arrows on anyone trapped below. There were also arrow slits on the second second floor of the gatehouse. Some gatehouses were even built as half towers, open at the rear so that if attackers broke through, they couldn't hold the position. Instead, they'd be exposed to fire from the walls and towers deeper inside the castle. In a siege like this one, defenders might add temporary wooden structures on top of the wall battlements, called hoardings. Through arrow slits in the walls and holes in the floor, they could fire down on attackers at the base. These worked much like machicolations. Though being wooden, they were vulnerable to fire, which is why defenders sometimes covered their roofs with wet animal hides to resist flaming arrows. Even the base of the wall works against attackers. The talus, an outward sloping section of stone, also called the batter or plinth, would blunt the impact of battering rams, push scaling ladders into angles where they were more likely to break, and stop siege towers from getting close enough to deploy their drawbridges. Should the outer defenses fall, the next objective for any attacking force was the inner gatehouse, the final and most heavily fortified gateway in the castle. This 4-story stronghold controlled access to the inner bailey, where the keep stood, and its arched gate passage was flanked on both sides by massive semicircular towers. High above the entrance, many of the same defense mechanisms used at the Barbican and outer gate were deployed. Machicolations allowed defenders to drop stones and arrows onto anyone below. Battlements provided cover for archers, while arrow slits cut into the towers gave them clear firing angles on the enemy's approach. Just inside the entrance stood another heavy wooden gate, and beyond it the portcullis, a massive gridded barrier of wood and iron, running in vertical grooves on either side of the passage. At its base, sharp metal spikes were designed to crush anyone caught beneath as it dropped. The portcullis was attached to chains running through pulleys above, operated by a windlass in the room over the passage. Counterweights also helped balance the load. In an emergency, defenders could release the chain to let it slam down under its own weight with deadly force.
Tú puedes hacer una donación para ayudar a los niños de St. Jude Children's.
Passing through the gatehouse passage along the center of the gatehouse would be even more dangerous. Narrow and enclosed, it funneled attackers into a confined space where they would be targeted from above and from both sides. Many castles had 2 or more portcullises, trapping attackers between them. In this killing zone, they would be bombarded through murder holes in the ceiling, openings between the portcullises where rocks, arrows, bolts, or boiling oil could rain down. Arrow slits in the side rooms also allowed defenders in nearby rooms to fire into the passage as well. Inside the gatehouse, the first level often housed a dungeon, or oubliette, which is French for to forget. This underground prison cell had a narrow opening at the top with a wider chamber below and was only accessible from above through a trapdoor. Guard rooms could be placed on both sides of the gatehouse, manned by soldiers ready to defend the gate from within. The second level typically served as an armory, storing weapons, armor, and siege supplies. Above that, the third level held the barracks, the communal living quarters for the guards who kept watch over the castle's most critical gateway. The inner gatehouse was a fortified doorway within the castle's strongest line, the inner curtain wall. Taller and thicker than the outer wall, sometimes exceeding 10 meters in height, it was built to dominate the space around it. From the wall walk along its top, defenders protected by battlements could fire down not only on attackers outside, but also on those who had managed to get into the inner bailey. The wall's strength came from its construction, 2 outer layers of stone packed with rubble and mortar between them. Hidden within its length was sometimes the postern gate, a small, often concealed doorway at the rear, allowing defenders to slip in and out unseen, perfect for messengers, scouts, or counterattacks. At regular intervals along the curtain wall rose the wall towers, reinforcing the defense just as the Barbican towers had before. From these elevated positions, defenders could unleash flanking fire along the walls, striking any force trying to approach or scale them. Each tower was topped with battlements, and arrow slits cut into the walls allowed archers to shoot while staying protected. Inside, the towers were multi-level structures. Some floors might store food, wood, projectiles, and tools, while others could house armories, guard rooms, or barracks. The towers came in different shapes, each with distinct strengths and weaknesses. Square towers were easier and faster to build, and offered larger interior space, but their corners were structurally weak, making them more vulnerable to undermining or battering, and flat walls were more easily damaged by projectiles. Round towers solved many of these issues. Their curved surfaces deflected projectiles and resisted tunneling better, but they were more complex and time-consuming to build, with less interior space. D-shaped towers offered a compromise, a curved, exposed side with the defensive advantages of a round tower paired with a flat rear that was easier to construct, though it still retained some of the square tower's vulnerabilities. Inside the inner bailey, daily life continued even under siege. This open space, enclosed by the inner curtain wall, was where much of daily life and work took place. The stables kept the castle's horses ready, vital for transport, communication, and mounted defense. Workshops for blacksmith, carpenters, and other craftsmen maintained weapons, armor, and the castle itself. The kitchen stored food and prepared meals for soldiers, servants, and laborers, while the chapel provided a place of worship, keeping faith close to home in a world where religion shaped daily life. At the center, the well offered a reliable source of fresh water, ensuring the castle could endure even the longest siege without surrender. Reaching this point meant the siege had broken through nearly every defensive line, leaving only the keep. The keep, also called the dungeon, not to be confused with the dungeon, was the castle's ultimate stronghold, a massive, multi-story fortified tower, often the largest and strongest in the entire fortress. By the late 12th century, stronger curtain walls and rounded towers made keeps unnecessary, with main rooms moved into towers or separate buildings in the inner bailey. When the keep was still central to a castle's defense, it was both the lord's main residence and a last resort refuge if every other defense fell. Built with extra thick walls, few windows, and reinforced with four-corner towers that served as elevated lookout points and firing positions, it was designed to be nearly impossible to take.
Hey guys, it's Ash here coming at you today in Raid Shadow Legends. Welcome to the video. It's going to be a short and sweet one here this weekend or weekday or whenever you're watching this video, because honestly, I just started a brand new account, right? And I actually have my first or my second installment of that series going live, I think, on...
Most keeps were approached through a forebuilding, a fortified structure shielding the main entrance on the first floor above. Narrow stairs led up to a first-floor doorway, forcing attackers into a tight, easily defended space. Arrow slits lined the forebuilding, and some even included another drawbridge and their own gate to delay attackers. Inside, the keep rose floor after floor connected by spiral staircases, built into the towers. These typically ascended clockwise, a design that favored right-handed defenders coming down, their swords arms free, while cramping the swing of right-handed attackers climbing up. The ground floor or cellar stored the provisions needed to survive a long siege: dry goods, perishable food, wine, ale, and sometimes a well for fresh water. Some keeps also had a kitchen here, reserved for preparing meals for the lord's family and honored guests. The first floor, the entrance level, was dominated by the Great Hall, where the lord conducted business, hosted meetings, and held grand feasts. Often the largest room in the keep, it sometimes spanned 2 stories with a soaring ceiling. Above, on the second-floor gallery, a mural walkway ran within the thickness of the walls, its windows bringing light into the hall below. If the hall was breached, defenders could use this gallery to fire down on attackers from above. Guest chambers for important visitors were located on the 3rd floor. On the same level was the solar, the private living and sleeping quarters for the lord and his family. This floor also contained a private chapel, reserved for their use, as well as the garderobes, from the French for wardrobe. Simple toilets where waste dropped down vertical shafts into pits, or in some cases directly into the moat. At the very top, the keep's battlements and wall walks offered a commanding view of the surrounding countryside and one last elevated line of defense. If the keep fell, the siege would be over, defenders captured, banners torn down. No fortress could hold out forever. By the 15th century, a new threat emerged that no portcullis, wall, or tower could truly withstand. Gunpowder artillery transformed warfare, reducing once impenetrable stone fortifications to rubble under the thunder of cannon fire. By the 16th century, the medieval castle was militarily obsolete. In its place rose artillery forts with low, angled walls to deflect cannonballs and earthen ramparts from moat excavations to absorb their impact. Built purely for war, they offered no role as a noble residence. The nobility shifted to chateaux, grand estates designed for comfort, aesthetics, and prestige over defense. Some castles survived as residences or administrative centers. Others were abandoned, fell into ruin, or were repurposed as prisons. Today, castles stand as more than just relics of war. They are enduring symbols of medieval ingenuity, social hierarchy, and cultural identity. Monuments to a time when stone walls were both the heart of a home and the edge of a battlefield. We've put together a medieval castle poster, desk mat, and a hoodie to go with this video. For the next 7 days only, they're all 10% off. And we're giving one poster away. To enter the giveaway, like the video, subscribe, and comment below. What surprised you the most about medieval castles? We'll announce the winner in the next upload. Or you can just grab one. The link is in the description. Before we go, we want to announce the winner of our last giveaway. Congratulations!
Power their play with Iams High Pro.
In the age of knights and kings, nothing
Medieval warfare had no shortage of
In the age of knights and kings, nothing commanded power like the medieval castle. More than
For centuries, ships crossed the oceans guided by the sun and the stars. In 1831, the HMS Beagle set out on its second voyage to explore the world, with a young naturalist named Charles Darwin on board. For the next 5 years, it embarked on a journey that reshaped our understanding of life on Earth as we knew it. But what technology allowed it to circle the globe? At a time when vast stretches of the world's coastlines were still uncharted. To show you how the Beagle worked, how it was built, and the navigation instruments that made these voyages possible, we spent hundreds of hours researching, scripting, modeling, and animating this video. My name is Ben, and this is Deconstructed. HMS Beagle was launched in 1820 as a Cherokee-class 10-gun brig sloop of the Royal Navy. Ships of this class were compact but capable, small, maneuverable, two-masted warships built around a single gun deck, designed to operate independently across long distances. But by the time Beagle entered service, the strategic landscape had shifted. With the end of the Napoleonic Wars, the demand for ships like her had suddenly diminished. Rather than being destroyed, she was placed in reserve, where she remained for several years. In peacetime, however, the Royal Navy faced a different kind of pressure. Maintaining a large fleet required justification, both financially and operationally. To address this, some vessels were reassigned to new roles. Among the most important was global exploration, driven by a growing commercial need for accurate charts to support and expand Britain's maritime trade routes. In 1825, Beagle underwent a significant transformation to meet this demand. Her armament was reduced, shifting her away from combat. A third mizzenmast was added, converting her into a bark, and new forecastle and poop decks were constructed to improve her seaworthiness and functionality on long voyages.
what happens.
Seriously?
Malcolm, keep playing, see what happens.
Over the following years, between 1826 and 1843, Beagle completed 3 major survey expeditions, conducting extensive hydrographic work across multiple regions of the world. She is most widely known for her second voyage, from 1831 to 1836. On board was Charles Darwin, whose observations during that journey would go on to shape his theory of evolution. After her first voyage, the ship underwent another refit, and we will present her as she appeared during the second voyage. The ship's length along the gun deck measured 27.5 meters, roughly the length of 2 semi-trucks lined up end to end, and at its widest point, a beam of 7.5 meters. From the keel to the tip of the tallest mast, it rose to a height of 34 meters. Originally designed to carry around 120 men as a warship, the Beagle sailed with just 65 after her conversion. The vessel itself was arranged across multiple decks, beginning with the opening working decks above, descending through the crew's living spaces on the lower deck, and finally down into the deep storage areas of the hold. We'll walk through each of these spaces in detail, starting at the sails and working our way downward, deck by deck, and uncover the navigation instruments that allowed the crew to determine their position with remarkable precision, long before modern technology. In long voyages like this, illness was a constant risk, and medical care was limited to what was available on board. If something went seriously wrong, you were on your own. No specialist, no second opinion. Just hope the person treating you knew what they were doing. Thankfully, most of us aren't out at sea, but even today, finding the right doctor can still feel harder than it should. Trust me, I once had to describe a very questionable rash to multiple receptionists before getting anywhere. Most people don't avoid it because they don't care. They avoid it because it's a hassle. Searching, calling, waiting, it's enough to make you put it off. That's exactly why tools like ZocDoc exist. Today's video sponsor. ZocDoc is a free website that doesn't provide just an finally doctor that's right. I'll take better. Thank you for health instruction method for sponsoring today's video and for helping us all take better care of our health. The Beagle followed the frame-first construction method, standard for the period. In this approach, the internal timber framework, primarily made of oak, was erected first, with the outer planking added afterward. Construction began with the keel, laid down as the ship's backbone. From there, the frames, or ribs, were installed along the keel at close intervals. These defined the shape of the hull and provided most of its structural strength. Because the Beagle was originally built as a warship, her hull adhered to Royal Navy standards, with closely spaced frames that increased rigidity and durability. Deck beams were then installed across the frames, supporting the decks above and distributing loads throughout the structure. Above the keel, mast steps were fitted, anchoring the bases of the masts directly into the strongest part of the ship. For those interested in a deeper look, we've created a dedicated deep dive video focused entirely on hull construction of warships from this era, covering details not shown here, and available exclusively to our YouTube and Patreon members. Finally, by the late 18th century, ships like Beagle were fitted with copper sheathing along the underwater portion of the hull, a critical upgrade that protected it from marine growth, preserving both speed and performance over long voyages. Rising above the hull were the ship's 3 masts, the foremast forward, the mainmast at midships as the tallest, and the mizzenmast aft as the smallest.
Good then, better now. 6 health essentials in every bowl.
These were not single pieces of timber, but built from multiple sections. At each junction, the next section rested on a platform called a top, secured in place by a mast cap above. Each section was supported by shrouds, which provided lateral stability, preventing side-to-side movement. Between them ran ratlins, or horizontal tied ropes, forming ladder-like steps for the crew to climb. Running fore and aft were the stays, stabilizing the masts lengthwise. The foremast and mainmast carried horizontal spars known as yards, which supported square sails, most effective when sailing with the wind behind the ship. Some of these yards were fitted with extendable spars for stunsails, additional sails deployed in fair weather to increase the ship's sail area. All three masts also carried gaffs, which supported fore and aft sails that played a key role in steering and maneuverability. At the bow, the bowsprit projected forward, extended by a jib boom secured through the bowsprit cap, and even further by a flying jib boom held in place by a smaller boom cap. Together, these supported jibs and staysails, allowing the ship to capture wind from multiple directions. When combined, the masts, sails, and rigging formed a highly refined system developed over centuries that allowed the ship to harness wind with remarkable efficiency. But that was far from its greatest innovation. To capture it in a single frame, we created this poster. Grab yours through the link in the description. Everyone video. They allowed the crew to reach areas Beagle. Small boats were there. Congratulations. For a survey vessel like the Beagle, small boats were essential. They allowed the crew to reach areas the ship itself could not: shallow waters, narrow inlets, rivers, and shorelines. During her second voyage, the Beagle carried 7 small boats. A yawl and a cutter, small sailboats used for close-to-shore exploration, were stowed amidships on the deck. Behind them were 2 whaleboats and 2 gigs. The whaleboats were stored above the deck, while the gigs were suspended on davits. These long, narrow, oar-powered boats were ideal for surveying shallow waters. At the stern hung the Jolly Boat, a small oar-powered craft used to transport crew between the ship and shore. Now, let's take a look at the key external components of the ship's hull. At the very front of the ship was the bow, where the figurehead was mounted prominently, a carved wooden decoration often tied to the ship's identity. HMS Beagle was named after the hunting dog breed, as was common practice among the Royal Navy to name ships after animals. Just behind it were the seats of ease, simple open-air toilets positioned at the bow, where waste could be discharged directly into the sea, and wave action helped wash the area clean. These served as the primary toilets for the crew. The view was amazing, but in rough seas, using them could be quite an experience. The ship carried multiple anchors. On either side of the bow were the bower anchors, the ship's primary anchors. Just behind them were spare bower anchors, carried as backups. Smaller anchors were also kept on board for maneuvering and positioning the ship. Above the bow rose the forecastle, a raised working deck used heavily during anchoring and sail operations. Here and across the upper deck, belaying pins inserted into wooden pin rails secured the running rigging. Even in her role as an exploration vessel, the Beagle still carried some armament. Dominating this space was a carronade, a short, powerful gun mounted on a turntable designed for close-range combat. Also, here was the galley cowl, venting smoke from the stove below. Between the raised ends was an open section of the upper deck below. At the stern, the poop deck served as the ship's command center, with the azimuth compass mounted at its forward end. It was used to measure magnetic azimuth, the horizontal angle between a distant object, such as the sun, and magnetic north. In practice, this allowed navigators to determine the ship's direction with far greater precision than a standard compass alone. The instrument itself was built around a magnetic compass, with its card divided into 360 degrees. Mounted around it were 2 sights, positioned opposite each other, which could be rotated to line up with a distant object, such as the sun. This allowed navigators to determine precise directions in degrees, but not their exact position, which required other instruments we'll explore later.
That getting too cool? Given Temptations dry cat food.
As long as we have each other, anything is possible.
Nearby, a skylight in the middle brought natural light into the deck below. Aft of it was the sounding winch, used to measure water depth beneath the vessel. A weighted line was lowered until it reached the seabed, providing critical information for charting unknown waters. At the stern, the ship's name was typically painted or carved as a visual identifier. Beneath it was the rudder, used to steer the vessel, a system we'll discuss in more detail shortly. Below the raised decks lay the upper deck, the ship's main gun deck, running the full length of the vessel. At the stern was the chart room, where navigation instruments and charts were kept, and where Darwin lived during the second voyage. One of the Beagle's primary missions was to produce accurate nautical charts for navigation, which required some of the most advanced instruments available at the time. Like today, in the 19th century, navigators determined their position at sea using two coordinates, latitude and longitude. Latitude measures north-south position relative to the equator, with lines of constant latitude called parallels running east-west as circles parallel to the equator. Longitude measures east-west position relative to the prime meridian, which passes through Greenwich, England, with lines of constant longitude called meridians running north-south from pole to pole. To calculate latitude, the crew used a sextant. It was used to measure the angle between the horizon and a celestial body, like the sun or a star. The instrument itself was built around a metal frame shaped like a sector of a circle, with a graduated arc marked in degrees. Mounted to that frame were a handle for holding it steady, an index arm that swept along the arc and could be locked in place with a screw, and two mirrors, the index mirror mounted on the index arm and the horizon mirror fixed to the frame and split vertically into two halves, one reflective, one clear. A sighting telescope was aligned with the horizon mirror, and pivoting shades could be placed over the mirrors to reduce glare from the sun. Let's take a quick look at how it was used during the day. The index arm was first set to the 0 mark, making the two mirrors parallel. The telescope was aimed at the horizon. Because the mirrors were parallel, the horizon could be seen through both the clear and reflective halves of the horizon mirror. While keeping the horizon in view, the index arm was moved forward along the arc. As it shifted, the index mirror tilted, and eventually, the image of the sun appeared in the reflective half of the horizon mirror. The arm was adjusted until the bottom edge of the sun aligned with the horizon, then locked in place. The resulting angle was read through the index window on the arc. Combined with the date of the observation, that angle could be looked up in nautical tables to determine the ship's latitude. But a sextant alone could not determine longitude. For that, the crew needed another critical instrument, the chronometer. A chronometer is a highly accurate clock set to Greenwich Mean Time and kept unchanged throughout the voyage. Mounted in a wooden box with gimbals, it was kept level and isolated from the ship's motion. But how can a clock tell you where you are? To determine longitude, the crew used the sextant to observe when the sun reached its highest point in the sky, marking local noon. At that moment, they read the time on the chronometer and noted the difference. Because the Earth rotates at a constant rate, each hour of time difference corresponds to 15 degrees of longitude east or west of the prime meridian. This allowed the crew to calculate the ship's longitude. Together, the azimuth compass, sextant, and chronometer allowed the crew to determine the ship's direction and calculate its position with remarkable precision for the time. Next to the chart room was a water closet, typically reserved for the officers.
Ice cream, peanut, caramel. What is this? The suspense is killing me. Oh, right. That makes sense.
The Labrador Retriever and the Golden Retriever look similar, but eat and process energy differently.
Forward of the chart room stood the ship's wheel, used to steer the vessel. Turning the wheel rotated a drum wrapped with a rope. Each end of that rope ran through pulleys mounted in the floor and attached to the tiller inside the chart room, a horizontal lever controlling the rudder. As the wheel turned, one side of the rope was pulled while the other was released, moving the tiller and turning the rudder. Next to the wheel was the binnacle, which housed the ship's magnetic compass, used to maintain the vessel's heading. On one side of the wheel was a small storage space, and on the other, an officer's cabin. In the open central section of the upper deck were 2 skylights for the captain's cabin and mess room below, a companionway and 2 hatchways leading down to the next deck, a winch for sail rigging, and 6 guns kept in a stowed position. 2 manual bilge pumps removed water that collected in a well in the hold. During the day, the crew's hammocks were stowed along the hammock rails to keep them dry and out of the way. In battle, those same hammocks offered some protection from splinters and debris. Also here was a windlass, a heavy anchor lifting mechanism made up of 2 horizontal wooden drums mounted on the same axis, each handling a separate anchor chain. Each drum could be worked independently by a hand crank on its outer end, while the inner end carried a drum head with sockets for hand spikes when extra leverage was needed. A ratchet and pawl system prevented the drums from spinning backward under load. Each anchor chain wrapped around its respective drum, then passed through a deck-mounted chain stopper that locked it in place when not in use, before running through a pipe down into the cabin locker in the hold, where excess chain was stored. In the section of the upper deck below the forecastle, the bowsprit step sat at the center, anchoring the inner end of the bowsprit into the ship's structure. On one side was the carpenter's storeroom, holding tools and repair materials, and on the other, the bosun's storeroom, where rigging and deck equipment were kept. Below that lay the lower deck, the ship's main accommodation level. Positioned at the waterline, it had no side openings and depended entirely on the skylight and hatchway above for light and ventilation. At the bow were the sick bay, the crew's personal storage area, and the galley with a stove for preparing meals. At midships was the crew's berth, a large open space used as both mess and sleeping area, where the crew hung their hammocks. Around it were officers' cabins and storerooms, and also the mess room where officers gathered to eat. At the stern was the captain's cabin, with the captain's storeroom just behind it. Several floor hatches in this deck gave access to the hold below, where everything required for a long voyage was stored beneath the crew's feet. Starting at the stern, the hold contained the bread room for biscuits and flour. Next came the mess room storeroom with food and supplies, followed by the magazine for gunpowder used by the ship's weapons. Beyond that was the spirit room, where alcohol such as rum was kept under controlled access. At midships was the well, where bilge water collected before being pumped out. Next was the main hold, where fresh water was stored in large iron casks, an upgrade from the wooden casks more commonly used on ships of the era, along with salted meat and other dry provisions kept in wooden casks. Farther forward was the sail room for spare sails and rigging, with the chain locker below for stowing the anchor chains. And finally, at the bow was a storeroom holding coal for the galley stove, along with additional provisions. Throughout the hold, high-density iron ballast blocks known as kentlage were laid along the bottom of the hull to lower the ship's center of gravity and improve stability. After completing 3 major survey voyages, HMS Beagle's role shifted once more in 1845. She entered a final phase of service as a static Coast Guard watch vessel, stationed along the English coast to help prevent smuggling. But by then, her most important work had already been done. The charts produced during her voyages were so precise that they remained the official standard for some regions well into the mid-20th century, guiding ships long after the Beagle herself had fallen silent. Yet, her greatest impact reached far beyond navigation. During her second voyage, the observations made on board by Charles Darwin would go on to shape the development of the theory of evolution, fundamentally changing how we understand life on Earth. A small wooden warship built for combat that never fired a shot in anger, yet helped transform science forever. While the Beagle would go on to explore the world, other ships served a very different purpose. Decades earlier, the Royal Navy launched another class of warship built to carry more guns, one that, this time, brought its full firepower to real naval battles. HMS Pegasus was one of them. Check out this video to see exactly how it was built, how it worked, and how ships like this fought at sea. Thanks for watching. Stay curious.
There's another way. Discover another Hendrix.
Whether you're a professional hands-on with your home projects.
Just let me know.
In the late 19th century, the city of London was the largest in the world, a sprawling metropolis and a melting pot for trade, finance, and people. But in the autumn of 1888, an horrific story emerged from the capital's East End. A story so dreadful it sent shockwaves around the world. One after another, destitute women of the East End fell victim to a vicious killer known as Jack the Ripper. Despite an extensive manhunt and a few close calls, the Ripper was never caught. Instead, the murders came to an abrupt end, left behind one of the greatest mysteries in the annals of crime. In the East End of London is a district known as Whitechapel. In the late 19th century, Whitechapel was known for its overcrowded slums, where many of the capital's poor and unemployed had taken refuge. Day and night, an army of policemen would constantly patrol this labyrinthine network of dim-lit streets, courts, and alleys. One such place was a narrow passage known as George Yard. Near the north entrance of this passage was a residential complex known as George Yard Buildings. It was the morning of August 7, 1888, when an upstairs tenant named John Reeves headed out for work. Upon reaching the first floor landing, Reeves encountered the body of a woman lying upon her back in a pool of blood. Horrified by the sight, he stumbled down to the street below in search for help. Constable Thomas Barrett was the first officer on the scene. He was soon joined by Dr. Timothy Killeen, who conducted a brief examination. The woman had been stabbed 39 times, primarily in the chest and abdomen. Dr. Killeen estimated that she had been dead for, quote, about 3 hours, thus placing the time of death at approximately 2:30 in the morning. The woman had likely been attacked where she was found, as no blood was found beyond the staircase landing. But this was strange, as none of the tenants in this crowded building had heard a single cry for help or a disturbance of any kind. One exception was Amy Hewitt, a tenant who claimed to have heard a lone cry of murder. But this was early in the evening of August the 6th, and the scream had emanated from outside the complex. Hewitt further explained, "The district round here is rather rough, and cries of murder are a frequent, if not nightly occurrence." The victim was eventually identified as 39-year-old Martha Tabram. Tabram was a mother of 2 and had separated from her husband many years prior. Her last known address was 19 George Street, a common lodging house less than 300 meters from the site of her death. Tabram had made a living through prostitution, and one of her associates was a woman named Mary Ann Connolly. Connolly testified that on the evening of August the 6th, she and Tabram had been out drinking with 2 soldiers. Then, shortly before midnight, the party of 4 had separated. Connolly took her client into Angel Alley, while Tabram guided hers into neighboring George Yard. It was the last time she saw Tabram alive. Barely 2 hours later, Constable Barrett had spoken to a soldier loitering near the north entrance of George Yard. The soldier had told Barrett that he was, quote, waiting for his mate who had gone away with a girl. Half an hour later, Tabram is presumed to have died. Both Connolly and Barrett were called upon to identify the soldiers, but all those accused could provide an alibi. One had been at home with his wife, another at an army base, and yet another in a completely different part of the city. This was enough for Inspector Edmund Reed, the lead investigator on the case, to abandon this line of inquiry. Connolly and Barrett having both picked out the wrong men, they could not be trusted again, as their evidence would be worthless. Even if a soldier had been responsible, no one could deduce a motive. The people of Whitechapel might have been accustomed to crime and violence, but the sheer brutality of this attack was as frightening as it was confounding. The crime is one of the most brutal that have occurred for some years. For a poor, defenseless woman to be outraged and stabbed in such a manner is almost beyond belief. These were the concluding remarks delivered at the final inquest held on August the 23rd. Only a week later, things would go from bad to worse. On the morning of August the 31st, a man named Robert Paul left his home on Foster Street and headed for work. After making a right turn into Bucks Row, he spotted a man standing in the road. The man turned around to face him and said, "Come and look over here. There's a woman lying at the pavement." The stranger was named Charles Cross, and he too had been on his way to work when he first caught sight of the woman. The 2 men now cautiously approached. The woman's hands were cold to the touch, and Cross believed she was dead. Paul, however, thought he could sense faint breathing. But instead of seeking immediate help, Cross and Paul were more concerned about being late for work. As such, they quickly resumed their morning commute, hoping to notify policemen along the way. Fortunately, Constable John Neal was just around the corner. Neal was equipped with a lantern and found the woman lying on her back with a deep cut across the throat. The wound was still bleeding and parts of her body were still warm. He was soon joined by Constable John Thane, who was sent at once to fetch a nearby doctor. Upon his arrival shortly after 4 o'clock, Dr. Reese Llewellyn estimated that, quote, she had not been dead more than half an hour. In other words, Cross and Paul had likely found the woman mere minutes after she was killed. Furthermore, 3 officers had patrolled the vicinity just a few minutes prior. Constable Neal had last inspected Bucks Row at approximately 3:15. So too had Sergeant Henry Kirby, whereas Constable Thane had merely passed the end of the street, none of whom had seen nor heard anything amiss. Upon the body's removal to the mortuary, a shocking discovery was made. Apart from 2 incisions in the throat, the woman had also been, quote, disemboweled. No organs had been removed, but Dr. Llewellyn found, quote, several incisions running across the abdomen. He also believed that the killer possessed, quote, some rough anatomical knowledge, for he seemed to have attacked all the vital parts. The victim was quickly identified. Her name was Mary Ann Nichols, and she had turned 43 just 5 days before the murder. Nichols had at least 6 children, and her last known address was a common lodging house at 56 Flower and Dean Street. On the night of her death, Nichols had been turned away from a lodging house on Thrall Street as she lacked the funds to pay for a bed. Seeking to raise the money through prostitution, Nichols had then ventured down Osborne Street before meeting her friend Ellen Holland. The two of them shared a brief exchange, but Nichols was visibly drunk. When they parted ways around 2:30, Holland saw Nichols staggering eastward along Whitechapel Road. Barely an hour later, she was found dead. Apart from the body itself, the killer had left nothing in their wake. No blood trail, no murder weapon, no witnesses. Inspector Joseph Helson, the lead investigator on the case, stated that, quote, not an atom of evidence can be obtained to connect any person with the crime. While the Nichols case ground to a screeching halt, its similarities with the Martha Tabram case had not gone unnoticed. In both cases, the attack had been needlessly ferocious, and there was no discernible motive. Both victims were prostitutes of roughly the same age and moved in the same circles. The only meaningful difference was their injuries. Tabram had been repeatedly stabbed, whereas Nichols had suffered multiple slash wounds. Differences aside, the prevailing assumption was that the same deranged individual had committed both murders, a conviction that would only grow stronger in the days that followed. As the sun was rising on September the 8th, a man named John Richardson was on his way to work. At 4:45, he made a quick stop at 29 Hanbury Street. He went through the entrance and out the back door by way of a cramped hallway. Richardson then sat down on the backyard steps before grabbing a knife to trim a vexing piece of leather from his boot. Once satisfied, he left the building and shut the front door behind him. About an hour later, a third-floor tenant of the same address, John Davis, plodded downstairs and into the hallway. The front door was now wide open, but the one in the back was closed. When Davis went to open it, he found the bloodied remains of a woman lying on her back just below the steps. Inspector Joseph Chandler was the first officer on the scene. After a brief inspection, he sent at once for a medic. Dr. George Phillips arrived at 6:30 and found the woman, quote, terribly mutilated. The throat had been, quote, dissevered deeply, whereas the abdomen had been, quote, entirely laid open. The intestines had been, quote, lifted out of the body and placed by the shoulder of the corpse. The body was then conveyed to the mortuary, while Inspector Chandler and Dr. Phillips conducted a sweep of the backyard. Most of what they found belonged to the tenants of the building, but just below the resting place of the woman's feet, they found a small piece of cloth and 2 combs. The items had likely belonged to the victim, but it seemed to Dr. Phillips that they had been deliberately positioned and arranged by the killer. The post-mortem revealed that 2 brass rings had been forcefully removed from the victim's left hand. These rings were nowhere to be found. Portions of the victim's abdomen had also gone missing, including the womb. Dr. Phillips believed that, quote, the mode in which these portions were extracted showed some anatomical knowledge. This point was greatly expanded upon at a subsequent inquest. The injuries had been made by someone who had considerable anatomical skill and knowledge. There were no meaningless cuts. For instance, no mere slaughterer of animals could have carried out these operations. It must have been someone accustomed to the post-mortem room. The victim was quickly identified as Annie Chapman. Chapman's date of birth is a bit uncertain, but she was roughly 47 at the time of her death. She had at least 7 children, but was tragically only survived by 2. Her last known address was a common lodging house at 35 Dorset Street. On the night of her death, Chapman had been denied accommodations as she lacked the funds to pay for a bed. She was escorted off the premises by the night watchman, who then saw her vanish into a nearby alleyway. What happened to Chapman over the next few hours, nobody knows. Her whereabouts during this time is a complete mystery. But unlike the 2 previous cases, a witness in the Chapman case might have caught a glimpse of the killer. At 5:30 on the morning of September the 8th, a woman named Elizabeth Long spotted a man and a woman conversing outside 29 Hanbury Street. Long was positive that the woman she'd seen was Annie Chapman, but the man had stood with his back towards Long, so she never saw his face. Long did, however, manage to overhear a fragment of their conversation. The man had posed the question, "Will you?" to which the woman responded, "Yes." Now, a lasting point of contention in the Chapman case is the time of death. According to Dr. Phillips, when he arrived at 6:30, Chapman had been dead for, quote, at least 2 hours. That would place her death at around 4:30. But according to Long, she saw Chapman alive a full hour later. Then there's the testimony of John Richardson. Richardson was the son of one of the tenants in the building. At 4:45, he made a routine checkup on the door to the basement, which had previously suffered a break-in. When he found it secure, he sat down on the backyard steps to trim a piece of leather from his boot. Even though he sat mere centimeters from the murder site, Richardson did not see a body. He was adamant on this point. "I could not have failed to notice the deceased if she had been there." To muddle the timeline even further, there's the testimony of Albert Kadosh. About 20 minutes past 5, Kadosh had gone through the backyard of 27 Hanbury Street when he heard voices coming from nearby. They were barely audible, however, and Kadosh had only made out the word "no." A few minutes later, he heard something falling against the wooden fence dividing the 2 yards. There's no one way to untangle this web of contradictions, but Dr. Phillips did concede the possibility that he'd miscalculated. That, quote, the coldness of the morning and the great loss of blood had skewed his opinion, which was largely based on the warmth of the body. So, presuming that Dr. Phillips did miscalculate, and the recollections of Long and Kadosh were off by a few minutes, that would place Chapman's death at around 5:30 in the morning. By this point, the dim light of dawn would have provided the tenants of 29 Hanbury Street an unobstructed view of the murder site, some of whom had even slept with their windows open. In spite of this, the killer managed to evade detection and even made time to arrange the victim's possessions. As the tally of victims gradually mounted, the public grew increasingly anxious. They were not only frightened by the murders, but frustrated with the police and their perceived incompetence. Even across the pond were the efforts of the police fiercely criticized. The London Police and Detective Force is probably the stupidest in the world. What these mocking quotes and illustrations failed to capture were the overwhelming odds stacked in favor of the perpetrator. The police were up against someone who seemingly struck without motive, someone who left no murder weapon and few witnesses. On top of that, the East End was severely overcrowded, while the police were understaffed. As one newspaper put it, "A man in the East End of London is a grain of sand, as invisible and almost as much beyond identification amid the masses." At no point would this become more apparent than during the events of September the 30th. On September the 29th, a routine Saturday meeting was held at the Socialist Club on Berners Street. When the meeting came to a close around midnight, all but a few members returned home. Those who remained proceeded to drink and socialize. Half an hour in September the 30th, Joseph Lave stepped outside to get some fresh air. Lave used the side entrance leading into Dutville's yard and lingered for about 10 minutes. Moments after Lave had gone back inside, Morris Eagle accessed the building via the same entrance. He too was a member of the club and had just returned after escorting a woman home. Neither of them noticed anything unusual. 20 minutes later, the sound of a horse and carriage could be heard trotting down Berners Street. The driver was Louis Diemschutz, the steward of the clubhouse. When Diemschutz drove into Dutville's yard, his pony abruptly veered to the left. When he looked down to his right, he thought he could discern something in the darkness. Diemschutz stepped down from his barrow and after lighting a match, could see a woman lying on her side against the wall. Without even knowing if she was, quote, drunk or dead, Diemschutz rushed inside the club to check on his wife. When he found her safe and sound, he alerted the other members, and a small crowd soon gathered outside. They could now see that the woman's throat had been, quote, fearfully cut, and that, quote, a stream of blood was trickling down the yard. Eagle, Diemschutz, and a few others promptly dispersed to find a policeman. While a growing crowd of bystanders waited for authorities to arrive, there was no sign of the perpetrator. But across the city, less than a kilometer to the west, an even more ghoulish discovery was about to be made. At 1:30 of the same morning, Constable Edward Watkins patrolled an open space known as Mitre Square. Watkins' beat would take him through the square about once every 13 minutes, and on this occasion, it was deserted. But in the time it took Watkins to complete another rotation, Mitre Square was turned into a crime scene. I next came in at 1:44. I turned to the right. I saw the body of a woman lying there on her back. I saw her throat was cut and her bowels protruding. The stomach was ripped up. She was lying in a pool of blood. Dr. George Cicada and Dr. Frederick Brown soon converged upon the scene. They found terrible injuries inflicted upon the woman's face, throat, and abdomen. The intestines had been, quote, drawn out to a large extent and placed over the right shoulder. Among the many lacerations to the face, Dr. Brown noted that, quote, the lobe and auricle of the right ear was cut obliquely through. Based on their expert opinions, coupled with the testimony of Watkins, the woman had died within minutes of her body being found. Back in Berners Street, Dr. Frederick Blackwell and Dr. George Phillips had reached the same conclusion. The woman in Dutville's yard had died within minutes of her body being found. But unlike previous victims, she had only suffered injuries to the throat. There were no abdominal mutilations or anything else by which to connect the attack to the others. But the murder in Dutville's yard and the one in Mitre Square were separated by less than 1 kilometer and some 45 minutes. This allowed for a chilling possibility. It was suspected then, as it continues to be today, that when Diemschutz came clattering through the gateway, he unwittingly interrupted the murder. The killer may even have become trapped inside Dutville's yard because the gate on Berner Street was the only point of entry. Perhaps they saw an opportunity to escape when Diemschutz then rushed inside the club. From there, it would have taken them less than 15 minutes to reach Mitre Square. Plenty of time to hunt for another victim. But it must be emphasized that this is pure speculation. There is no evidence to suggest the two murders were even connected. The woman in Dutville's yard was identified as 44-year-old Elizabeth Stride. Stride was a Swedish immigrant who'd lived in London for over 2 decades. Following the death of her husband, she had made a living through prostitution. Her last known address was a common lodging house at 32 Flower and D Street. On the night of her death, Stride had been seen by quite an abundance of witnesses. First, she was seen in the company of a, quote, respectably dressed man around 11 o'clock. About 1:45 Stride was seen talking to a man who was, quote, decently dressed and had the appearance of a clerk. Then, only a few minutes before the murder, Stride was seen in the company of a man by Constable William Smith. The man was carrying a small parcel wrapped in newspaper and was of, quote, respectable appearance. It's unclear whether these descriptions are of the same person or if Stride accosted multiple clients as the night progressed. There were other witnesses, some less credible than others, but the one that really stood out from the rest was Israel Schwartz. About 1:45, Schwartz had been walking down Berner Street. As he came up on Dutville's yard, he witnessed a man throwing a woman to the ground in front of the entrance. The woman had, quote, screamed 3 times, but not very loudly. Schwartz would later identify this woman as Elizabeth Stride. Schwartz did not try to intervene, but opted instead to simply cross the street. That's when he spied a second man on the opposite side who was lighting a pipe. The man who attacked the woman then appeared to address the second man by shouting the name Lipski. The pipe smoker then proceeded to follow Schwartz before eventually breaking away. When taken at face value, this story appears to suggest that the killer had an accomplice by the name of Lipski. This was indeed the interpretation of some government officials. But Inspector Frederick Abeline, one of the lead investigators on the case, had a very different interpretation. You see, the name Lipski had gained notoriety in 1887 when a Jewish man by the name of Israel Lipski was convicted of murder. Owing to the publicity of that case, the surname Lipski had become an anti-Semitic slur. Abeline therefore deduced that the man who shouted Lipski was directing an insult at Schwartz, who was described as having a, quote, strong Jewish appearance. The man with the pipe, meanwhile, may have been an innocent passerby who became frightened along with Schwartz. Whether Abeline's interpretation is correct, it's doubtful we'll ever truly know. Nevertheless, Schwartz's account is compelling, as he conceivably witnessed the moment when Elizabeth Stride was attacked. Back in Mitre Square, a large crowd of spectators had assembled upon the scene, all driven by their morbid curiosity to get a glimpse of the body. The post-mortem revealed that the killer had extracted a few organs, including the womb and left kidney. According to Dr. Brown, this extraction required, quote, a good deal of knowledge, which he likened to that of a butcher. By contrast, Dr. Cicada did not find any signs of, quote, great anatomical skill. The woman in Mitre Square was identified as 46-year-old Catherine Eddowes. Eddowes had at least 5 children, but after escaping her abusive husband, she had become estranged from her family. Her last known address was a common lodging house at 55 Flower and Dean Street. On the night of her death, Eddowes had been out drinking. She got so drunk that around 8:30, she was found lying on the sidewalk in Aldgate High Street, surrounded by a crowd. The commotion attracted a few officers, who then escorted Eddowes to a nearby police station. There, she remained locked in a cell until 1 o'clock in the morning. After being released from jail, Eddowes was likely spotted in the company of a man in the vicinity of Mitre Square. Only one of the 3 witnesses, Joseph Lavender, had paid close attention to the couple. The man had the appearance of a sailor and wore a, quote, reddish handkerchief round his neck. While Lavender did identify the woman as Catherine Eddowes, he never saw her face. Nevertheless, this sighting was only made some 10 minutes before Eddowes' body was discovered by Constable Watkins. What's so incredibly tragic about the Eddowes case is how narrowly the killer escaped justice. First of all, the only private residence in Mitre Square was occupied by a policeman and his family. They had slept right next to an upper floor window overlooking the murder site. Second of all, a night watchman and retired policeman had been cleaning a warehouse within earshot of the murder site. He would routinely hear the footsteps of patrolling officers, yet heard nothing at the time of the murder. Finally, Constable James Harvey had glanced into Mitre Square at roughly 20 minutes to 2. That's right in between the sighting by Lavender and the body's discovery. Harvey should have had an unobstructed view of the murder site, yet he failed to notice anything suspicious. Was it too dark? Was the killer standing just a few meters away, cloaked in shadow? Did one or more witnesses get the time wrong? While the killer did ultimately escape, they did not do so without leaving a trace. Shortly before 3 o'clock, a blood-stained piece of cloth was found near the entrance to a building a few blocks to the northeast. It proved to be a ripped portion of the apron worn by Eddowes. The patch had evidently been torn off and then discarded by the killer upon their escape. Now, on the wall above this patch of apron, someone had written a message. "The Jews are the men that will not be blamed for nothing." To this day, both the meaning and the author of this message remain in doubt. Was it written by the killer? Was it an attempt to cast suspicion upon or even away from the Jewish community? Was it completely unrelated to the murder? Similar questions would soon be raised by a few letters which had supposedly been written and posted by the killer.
That's what a good song can do. To mean many different things to many different people.
Tower Ballad.
Cart takes a quarter?
Ooh, it's a rental. Aldi doesn't pay for cart wranglers.
3 days before the murder of Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes, the Central News Agency of London received a letter in the post, the author of which claimed responsibility for the recent murders and to be planning for the, quote, next job. Then, in the aftermath of the 2 killings, the same agency received a blood-smeared postcard. It contained details about the atrocities, which the author described as a, quote, double event. On the off chance that the letters were genuine, the police decided to make them public. The hope was that someone would recognize the handwriting. Unfortunately, no one ever did. Instead, it merely served to advertise the name with which the letters had been signed. Opinions on the letters' authenticity were divided back then and continue to be today. Most notably, the Dear Boss letter had promised to, quote, clip the lady's ears off and send them to the police. The police never received such a package, and neither of the 2 victims had their ears removed. But you may recall that the right earlobe of Eddowes had been, quote, cut obliquely through. Was this a botched attempt by the killer to keep their promise? Or was it merely one of numerous lacerations with no connection to the letter? The contents of the letters notwithstanding, modern linguistic analysis does suggest that they were penned by the same hand. So, hoaxes or not, the authors were likely one and the same. However, the handwriting bore, quote, no resemblance at all to the message written above the torn patch of apron. Now, the publication of the letters inspired an onslaught of copycats. Agencies all over London were soon inundated with correspondence imitating the other two. But at least one of them might have been genuine, not because of the contents of the letter, but rather the contents of a box with which it was delivered. On October the 16th, a man named George Lusk received a small package in the post. Lusk was the chairman of the Whitechapel Vigilance Committee, a small group of local tradesmen who sought to identify the killer. The package consisted of a letter and a cardboard box containing half a kidney. The doctors who examined the kidney all agreed that it was human, but whether it was the same left kidney removed from the body of Eddowes could not be determined. It could, for instance, have been an elaborate hoax by a medical student or someone with access to human organs. The author of the accompanying letter, meanwhile, insisted that the kidney did belong to the victim and that they had fried and eaten the other half. A popular theory at the time, and one that still is today, was that some of the letters had been fabricated by the press. According to Chief Inspector John Littlechild, the letters were, quote, a smart piece of journalistic work. Assistant Commissioner Robert Anderson dismissed the letters as, quote, the creation of an enterprising London journalist. Meanwhile, Chief Constable Melville McNaughton thought he could discern the, quote, stained forefinger of the journalist. There are a few candidates for who this journalist might have been, but there is no solid evidence against any one of them. Whether it was a hoax by an enterprising journalist or the genuine prose of the Ripper, the letters did nonetheless receive widespread attention. They commanded space in virtually every newspaper and dominated much of the public discourse throughout October, a month which passed without a single atrocity bearing the signature marks of Jack the Ripper. Perhaps it was finally over. It is pretty certain that the monster has become frightened and has suspended his horrible work for the present, if not for good. On the morning of November the 9th, a merchant and property owner named John McCarthy was going through his bookkeeping. McCarthy was the landlord of Miller's Court, and the tenants of Room 13 had fallen behind on their rent. McCarthy sent at once for his assistant, Thomas Boyer, to collect the money at 11:15. After knocking twice without response, Boyer went around the corner to peer through a window. But his view was obstructed by a coat or curtain, so Boyer had to reach through a broken window pane to pull it aside. That's when he saw the severely mutilated body of a woman lying upon a bed in the corner of the room. Miller's Court was soon crawling with police, but the door to room 13 was locked and had to be forced open with a pickaxe. What they found inside was truly the stuff of nightmares. The sight we saw, I cannot drive away from my mind. It looked more like the work of a devil than of a man. The whole scene is more than I can describe. I hope I may never see such a sight again. Dr. George Phillips described the body as, quote, cut all to pieces. Dr. Thomas Bond described the woman's face as, quote, hacked beyond recognition. The abdomen had been, quote, emptied of its viscera, while the throat had been, quote, severed all round, down to the bone. The body had been monstrously disfigured, with loose organs dispersed all around it. The room itself was sparsely furnished and offered little in the way of clues. 2 tables, 1 or 2 chairs, and a small cabinet. Amongst the ashes of a fireplace, the police found patches of burned clothing. Had the killer tried to dispose of evidence, or had it merely been used for warmth and light? The victim was identified almost immediately. Her name was Mary Jane Kelly, and she was the tenant of 13 Miller's Court. But nearly everything about Kelly's life is shrouded in mystery. She was presumably of Welsh or Irish descent and in her mid-20s, making her the youngest victim by far. But given that no matching records of a Mary Jane Kelly have been found, it's probable that she was using a fake identity. In any case, Kelly had not been living alone. Up until a few days before the murder, she had cohabited with a man named Joseph Barnett. They had only separated on October the 30th because Barnett disapproved of Kelly's prostitution and the people with whom she associated. But they did see each other again. On the evening of November the 8th, Barnett paid Kelly a visit. Upon his arrival, he found Kelly in the company of a woman who was just about to leave. Unfortunately, there are conflicting accounts about who this woman was, when Barnett arrived, and how long he stayed. If we choose to believe Barnett, he arrived at some point between 7 and a quarter to 8 and left before 9 o'clock. Shortly before midnight, Kelly was spotted in the company of a man by her neighbor, Mary Ann Cox. When Cox passed the couple, they were about to enter Kelly's room. Cox bid Kelly goodnight, but she was, quote, very much intoxicated and barely able to respond. Once they had gone inside, Cox could hear Kelly singing. When Cox then left the court about an hour later, Kelly could still be heard singing. By 2 o'clock, Kelly had apparently ventured back outside, where she was spotted by a man named George Hutchinson. The two of them were supposedly well acquainted, and Kelly had asked if he could spare a few coins. But Hutchinson was broke, and Kelly was desperate for money, so they soon parted ways. Moments later, Hutchinson observed Kelly being accosted by a well-dressed man. The two of them had a seemingly jovial interaction and began walking north. Hutchinson found it suspicious that such a well-dressed man would seek the company of a woman like Kelly. As such, when the couple passed him by, he scrutinized the man's appearance. He was, for instance, carrying a pair of gloves in his right hand and a small parcel in his left. Hutchinson decided to shadow the couple as they proceeded to Miller's Court. Before they vanished up the court, the man handed Kelly a red handkerchief, and she had supposedly told him, "All right, my dear, come along, you will be comfortable." Hutchinson remained in the vicinity until 3 o'clock, but neither Kelly nor the man reappeared. At roughly the same time, Cox returned home. In stark contrast to the loud singing upon her last departure, Cox was now struck by the complete absence of sound and light from Kelly's room. Finally, at approximately 4 o'clock, a tenant above and a woman across from Kelly's room heard cries of murder. The voice was that of a woman, and it appeared to emanate from nearby. Meanwhile, other denizens of the court heard no screams at all. According to Dr. Bond, Kelly died between 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning. Dr. Phillips placed the time of death a few hours later. But some witnesses were quite adamant that they had seen or even spoken to Kelly as late as 8 or 10 o'clock in the morning. Keep in mind that her body was discovered at a quarter to 11. These contradictions are difficult to reconcile, and the precise time of death eludes us to this day. Mary Jane Kelly is typically regarded as the Ripper's final victim. Along with Mary Ann Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, and Catherine Eddowes, she is part of the canonical 5, the 5 victims most likely to have been slain by the same hand. Martha Tabram might have been a victim of Jack the Ripper, but opinions are divided. The same is true of at least a handful of other cases. Even the canonical 5 are not without controversy, so the total number of victims is a matter of debate. Presuming that Kelly was indeed the final victim, one has to wonder why. Why did the murders come to such a sudden end? Did a Ripper give in to fears of being caught? Were they imprisoned for a different crime? Perhaps they succumbed to an illness or committed suicide? Could they have migrated to another country? Perhaps they deliberately changed their modus operandi to confuse the police. The possibilities are virtually endless, which means there is no shortage of suspects.
I believe that sometimes leadership means collaboration. But know this, when my city is threatened, I will fight. I clash with Trump's ICE agents and Angelino's locked arms to protect our neighbors. I achieve.
Following the murder of Marianne Nichols, a rumor began to circulate that someone called Leather Apron was in the habit of abusing prostitutes. The name quickly made its way into the press, and soon enough it became synonymous with a killer. In fact, Leather Apron was the predominant pseudonym before Jack the Ripper. But the man identified as Leather Apron was soon cleared of all suspicion. His real name was John Picer, and he was in a different part of London on the night when Nichols was attacked. This misguided manhunt is somewhat emblematic of the whole investigation. The police pursued even the most tenuous of leads due to a lack of evidence and mounting pressure from the public. They interviewed thousands, investigated hundreds, and developed numerous theories along the way. In the words of Inspector Frederick Abeline, "Theories. We were lost almost in theories. There were so many of them." In an effort to narrow down the search, the police used a primitive form of criminal profiling. The idea was to analyze the available evidence to try and gauge what sort of person had committed the crimes. This profile was prepared by Dr. Thomas Bond, and he described the Ripper as a strong, middle-aged man with an inoffensive appearance who dressed respectably. Bond's most controversial assessment was that the killer possessed, quote, "no scientific nor anatomical knowledge." This stood in direct opposition to the opinions of his peers, most of whom ascribed the Ripper with at least a basic understanding of anatomy. Based on the witness accounts, the Ripper was a man of average height with a medium to stout build in his late 20s to mid-30s. He wore dark clothes, including a hat of some sort, and had a mustache. But this sort of aggregation or tabulation of accounts can be quite deceptive. Not only are many details inconsistent, but they could be describing entirely different people. For all we know, none of the witnesses ever laid eyes on Jack the Ripper. So much is up for debate that one can build a case against almost any suspect. Some have even entertained the possibility that the Ripper was a woman or possibly a man disguised as a woman. While Jill or Jackie the Ripper is an interesting theory, it has failed to achieve any widespread support. What is rarely in dispute is that the Ripper was either a resident of or otherwise familiar with the East End. After all, he managed to narrowly evade capture on multiple occasions, which implies intimate knowledge of byways and patrol routes. He likely had some form of employment, as the murders were committed around weekends and public holidays, and he may have had some degree of anatomical knowledge. With this unshakable profile in hand, let's take a closer look at a few suspects. The question is, where do we even begin? According to criminal profiler and FBI Special Agent John Douglas, the Ripper was not only a local, but was likely interviewed by the police. If Douglas is correct, the Ripper might be someone we've already met, either a witness or a person close to one of the victims. What about John Richardson, the witness in the Chapman case who sat down on the backyard steps to trim a piece of leather from his boot? Richardson was indeed suspected by the police, but they found, quote, "not a shred of evidence" against him. His mother also lived on the premises, so he had good reason to be there. What about George Hutchinson, the witness who followed Mary Jane Kelly after she was accosted by a well-dressed client? Hutchinson never clarified his motivation for shadowing the couple. He merely stated that he was surprised to see a man so well-dressed in the company of a woman like Kelly. Was he surprised because he was concerned? Was he jealous? Was it about money? After all, Hutchinson was broke and the client appeared to be wealthy. Perhaps he waited outside the court with the intention of mugging this well-dressed client. There are many question marks surrounding Hutchinson. He has never been positively identified, so next to nothing is known about his life. This makes it very difficult to build a strong case against him. Hutchinson was interrogated by the police, but ultimately convinced Inspector Frederick Abeline that he was telling the truth. But not every witness attracted such attention from the police. Take for instance Charles Cross, the man who discovered the body of Marian Nichols. On the morning of August the 31st, Charles Cross left his home on Doveton Street and headed for work. When he turned into Bucks Row, he happened upon the body of Marian Nichols. Moments later, he was joined by Robert Paul, and events transpired as previously described. Despite his proximity to the crime, Cross appears to have escaped suspicion from both the press and the police. He was evidently seen as the innocent passerby that he appeared to be. But in recent years, that perception has been challenged. The argument is that Cross was in the act of committing the murder when he was interrupted by the approaching footsteps of Paul. Cross then concealed the murder weapon and portrayed himself as someone who just found the body. The injuries inflicted upon Nichols would be consistent with an interruption, as they were less severe than those of later victims. What's interesting about Cross is that he likely testified under a false name. He claimed to be employed as a carman, and his address was given as 22 Doveton Street. But surviving records show that in 1888, this address was occupied by a man named Charles Lechmere. Lechmere was also employed as a carman, and on at least one occasion went by the name Charles Cross, as it was the surname of his stepfather. It is now widely believed that Charles Lechmere was the man who appeared at the inquest, and that he assumed the name of his stepfather when he testified. His motivation for doing so has been the source of much speculation. Was he trying to conceal his identity, or was it merely a force of habit? After all, contemporary examples of people doing the exact same thing are not difficult to find. The most compelling evidence against Lechmere is that his morning commute between home and work roughly coincides with the time and place of the murders. Except for the murders of Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes, who were killed on a Sunday, the only day when Lechmere would have been free from work. Not only that, but all the murders were committed around weekends and public holidays. Why would a man who supposedly timed the murders with his morning commute gravitate towards days of rest? In any case, Lechmere's mother lived a few blocks south of Berners Street, the neighborhoods around which is also where Lechmere spent his childhood. As such, it's speculated that Stride and Eddowes were killed after Lechmere paid a late-night visit to his mother. While he claimed to be employed at a delivery firm known as Pickford's, there are no surviving records of his employment. If he did work for Pickford's, there is a fair chance that he delivered meat and would thus have been exposed to slaughter and blood on a daily basis. Lechmere remained in East London until his death in 1920 at the age of 71. While there is no evidence of Lechmere ever being suspected by the police, it is difficult to believe that he was completely overlooked. Many case files have not survived, so any doubts investigators might have had could have long since disappeared. Now, a witness who definitely attracted attention was Joseph Barnett. Joseph Barnett was the man who lived with Mary Jane Kelly up until a few days before the murder. He and Kelly had supposedly met around April of 1887, and they eventually moved to 13 Miller's Court. Barnett was employed as a fish porter, but for reasons unknown, he lost his job between July and August of 1888. From that point onwards, the couple struggled to pay rent, and Kelly resorted back to prostitution. Now, those who believe that Barnett was the Ripper view his loss of employment as a turning point. The argument is that Barnett was so overcome with guilt and anguish for driving Kelly back to prostitution that he went on a murder spree, murdering one local prostitute after another in a desperate attempt to frighten Kelly off the streets. While most of this is pure speculation, it is true that Burnett disapproved of Kelly's prostitution. You may recall that Burnett separated from Kelly on October the 30th because he disliked the prostitutes with whom she associated.
Kelly never went on the streets when she lived with me. She would never have gone wrong again, and I should never have left if it had not been for the prostitutes stopping by the house.
This might further explain why Kelly was the Ripper's final and most viciously mutilated victim, the implication being that Burnett felt rejected by Kelly and wanted revenge for the breakup. According to Burnett, he did pay Kelly a visit on the evening of November the 8th, where they had parted on quote, friendly terms. He then supposedly went home, played a card game until 12:30 before going to bed. Now, Kelly is presumed to have died in the early hours of November the 9th, so Burnett could have returned to Miller's Court sometime after midnight. While the police did subject him to 4 hours of interrogation, Burnett was ultimately released without charge. Then there's the matter of the locked door. When the police arrived at Miller's Court, they had to force the door open with a pickaxe. This raised an important question. How did the killer lock the door behind him? According to Burnett, the key to room 13 had been missing for some time. Because of this, he and Kelly would, quote, open the door by reaching through the broken window. The door was said to be equipped with a, quote, catch lock, and evidently locked itself upon being closed. If that's true, mystery solved. But even if the door was not self-locking, there's still an obvious solution. All the killer would have had to do is observe Kelly using the window trick and then employ that same technique to fasten the door upon leaving. But those who favor Burnett as the Ripper offer yet another solution. The key never went missing. Instead, Burnett is said to have stolen the key and then used it on the night of the murder. These solutions are all equally valid, and it's impossible to know which one is correct. There is a slight variation of this theory which states that Burnett did murder Kelly but was not the Ripper. Instead, he merely emulated the Ripper to deflect attention away from himself. Once again, this is pure speculation, but the murder of Kelly did somewhat differ from the rest in that it was committed indoors. Burnett remained in the East End until his death in 1926 at the age of 68. While it's only natural for suspicion to fall upon witnesses and acquaintances, Victorian detectives did pursue other lines of inquiry. One prominent theory was that the Ripper suffered from insanity, and a prime suspect in that category is Aaron Kosminski. The Whitechapel murders investigation was overseen by numerous high-ranking officers within the Metropolitan Police. One of them was Assistant Commissioner Robert Anderson. Upon his retirement, Anderson repeatedly and unequivocally stated that Jack the Ripper had been identified. There was no doubt whatever as to the identity of the criminal. Without disclosing the name of the suspect, Anderson described him as a, quote, low-class Polish Jew who was, quote, safely caged in an asylum. He'd been identified by a witness who was described as, quote, the only person who ever had a good view of the murderer. This unnamed witness had supposedly refused to testify because the suspect was, quote, a fellow Jew. I am almost tempted to disclose the identity of the murderer, but no public benefit would result from such a course. While Anderson never revealed the name of the suspect, his colleagues were a bit more forthcoming. Chief Inspector Donald Swanson revealed that his surname was Kosminski. Yet another high-ranking officer, Melville McNaughton, described Kosminski as a homicidal and misogynistic resident of Whitechapel. Surviving records show that an Aaron Kosminski was admitted to a psychiatric hospital in 1891. Aaron was indeed from Poland, he was Jewish, and had lived in Whitechapel. He suffered from auditory hallucinations and a paranoid fear of being fed by others. He was trained as a barber, but had, quote, not attempted any kind of work for years. It's unclear when his mental health began to decline, but upon being institutionalized, Aaron was deemed to be harmless. He was, quote, quiet and well-behaved, and, quote, apathetic as a rule. Only on rare occasions would he get, quote, excited and violent. However, before his confinement, Aaron had once threatened his sister with a knife. The case against him largely hinges upon the claims made by Anderson, Swanson, and McNaughton, especially the claim that an unnamed witness identified a suspect named Kosminski. But the descriptions of that suspect are not entirely consistent with Aaron Kosminski. For instance, McNaughton stated that the suspect had been, quote,
removed to a lunatic asylum about March 1889.
Aaron was first confined in 1891. Swanson wrote that the suspect had been, quote,
sent to the asylum and died shortly afterwards.
Aaron was still alive at the time and spent nearly 3 decades in psychiatric care. As such, it is possible that the suspect Kosminski was someone other than Aaron Kosminski. It's also possible that these inconsistencies were mere lapses in memory. After all, these events were recounted years or even decades after the fact, and McNaughton even confessed to writing solely from memory. Regardless of the suspect's true identity, Anderson was the only one who seemed convinced of his guilt. McNaughton ultimately favored a different suspect and stated that, quote,
many homicidal maniacs were suspected, but no shadow of proof could be thrown on any one.
Inspector Edmund Reed was of the same opinion.
Now we have Sir Robert Anderson saying that Jack the Ripper was a Jew. That I challenge him to prove. I challenge anyone to prove that there was a tittle of evidence against man, woman, or child.
So when Anderson wrote that there was, quote,
no doubt whatever as to the identity of the criminal,
he merely expressed his personal opinion. There was in fact ample doubt and no consensus amongst the police. But in recent years, Aaron Kosminski has been resurrected as a prime suspect due to a controversial DNA analysis. Okay, so back in 1888, Acting Sergeant Amos Simpson is said to have stolen a blood-stained shawl from the crime scene of Catherine Eddowes. This shawl was then passed down from one generation to the next before being submitted for DNA testing in 2011. DNA samples were extracted from the shawl and then compared against maternal descendants of Eddowes and Kosminski. In both cases, it was a match. If the subsequent news coverage is to be believed, the mystery has now been, quote,
definitively solved.
Aaron Kosminski was Jack the Ripper. But as you can imagine, it's never quite that simple. First of all, the provenance or chain of custody of the shawl is severely lacking. There is no evidence of a shawl being found at the crime scene, nor is there any evidence of Simpson ever being at the crime scene. Furthermore, a destitute woman like Eddowes is unlikely to have owned such an expensive item. Second of all, the type of DNA used to identify Eddowes and Kosminski was mitochondrial DNA.
The powerhouse of the cell.
This type of DNA is passed down through the female line and is not unique to any one individual. Thousands can share the same mitochondrial DNA, which means it can't be used to pinpoint a specific person. In the words of a geneticist,
based on mitochondrial DNA, one can only exclude a suspect.
So to say that the mystery has been definitively solved is widely inaccurate. There's still plenty of room for doubt. So, to recap, a suspect named Kosminski was identified by an unknown witness. This was enough to convince at least one senior officer of his guilt. That suspect may have been Aaron Kosminski, a man who was largely non-violent but once threatened his sister with a knife. Aaron can neither be incriminated nor eliminated by the DNA evidence. He spent the rest of his life in psychiatric care and died in 1919 at the age of 53. Kosminski was not the only suspect advanced by a high-ranking officer. A completely different suspect who still falls into the same category is Francis Tumblety. Two days before the murder of Mary Jane Kelly, an American physician named Francis Tumblety was arrested in London. As you can probably tell from this photograph, Tumblety was quite an eccentric character. He was born in Ireland around 1833, but was raised in the United States. From an early age, Tumblety gained a reputation for being a medicaster or quack doctor. He engaged in all sorts of medically dubious practices and advertised himself as the Indian herb doctor. He promised to cure anything from dyspepsia and scurvy to cancer and blindness, using nothing but medicinal herbs. When he was not posing as a doctor, Tumblety was busy running from the law. He was either accused or convicted for crimes like theft and assault, attempt to induce a miscarriage, and manslaughter of a patient. He was even implicated in the assassination of US President Abraham Lincoln, but was ultimately cleared of suspicion. Now, in the early 1860s, Tumblety is alleged to have hosted a lavish dinner party in Washington. Only men were invited to this dinner, and Tumblety had supposedly expressed fierce hatred of women. Furthermore, he showcased a cabinet in his office in which he stored a vast collection of jars filled with anatomical specimens, some of which were said to contain the wombs of, quote, every class of woman. In 1869, Tumblety ventured across the Atlantic and visited England for the first time. By his own admission, he roamed the streets of London until he became familiar with every part of it. He advertised himself as the Great American Doctor and had a few skirmishes with the police. After a few more voyages between the old world and the new, Tumblety found himself in London in the autumn of 1888. The purpose of his visit and whereabouts at the time of the murders are completely unknown. Tumblety never stayed in one place for long and made frequent use of false names. There is a story of a mysterious lodger leaving behind a blood-stained shirt near the murder site of Elizabeth Stride. This supposedly happened on the night of the murder, and some believe that this lodger was Francis Tumblety. But there is no firm evidence of that, and the entire incident is fraught with uncertainty. What we do know is that Tumblety was arrested in London on November the 7th. According to the press, as well as Tumblety himself, he was arrested on suspicion of being Jack the Ripper. 2 days later, Mary Jane Kelly was found brutally murdered, and it's unclear whether Tumblety was still in custody or had already been released on bail. Nevertheless, he was ultimately charged with 4 counts of gross indecency, which had nothing to do with the murders. But Tumblety had no intention of standing trial. Instead, he made his way across the English Channel, boarded a steamship under a false name, and fled back to America. He was pursued by detectives and kept under surveillance, but his offenses were, quote, not extraditable. As such, Tumblety remained in the United States and never returned to England. So to recap, Francis Tumblety was a misogynistic medicaster who was in London at the time of the murders. He even showcased a collection of wombs, and the Ripper did indeed extract the womb from 2 of his victims. I mean, he sounds like the perfect suspect. Perhaps a bit too perfect. There is no doubt that Tumblety was in London in 1888, but the claim that he was a misogynistic collector of human body parts is extremely dubious. It can be traced back to a single article from December of 1888, featuring an interview with a man named Charles Dunham. Dunham had a long history of spreading misinformation and has been described as a pathological liar, a forger, and a conman. He was even convicted of perjury. As such, there is every reason to believe that this story is a complete fabrication. Furthermore, Tumblety was both older and taller than the men described by most witnesses. Tumblety was said to be, quote, an enormous man who liked to dress in flamboyant and militaristic outfits. It's difficult to imagine a tall, pompous American sneaking around the streets of Whitechapel virtually undetected. On the other hand, it's unclear which, if any, of the witness accounts can be trusted. Then there's the matter of the rings. You may recall that 2 brass rings were stolen from the body of Annie Chapman. It's suspected that the rings were taken by the Ripper to be kept as trophies. Now, upon his death in 1903, Tumblety left behind a quite impressive estate. But among his many valuable possessions were a pair of inexpensive imitation rings. Could they have been the same rings taken from the body of Chapman? It's possible. It's also impossible to prove. Chief Inspector John Littlechild regarded Tumblety as a, quote, very likely suspect. And it's not difficult to see why. If the many rumors about him are to be believed, Tumblety had both opportunity and motive to commit the murders. But therein lies the problem. Much of what we know about Tumblety is founded upon unsubstantiated rumors. Tumblr himself was an attention-seeking charlatan with no qualms about lies and deception. With a suspect like that, one can never be certain where the lies end and the truth begins. To theorize about the identity of Jack the Ripper is to navigate a minefield of hearsay, sophistry, and contradictions. Entire encyclopedias have been dedicated to the compilation of suspects, and with every passing year, they seem to grow ever more expansive. Even though there are hundreds of potential suspects, only a dozen or so are worth more than a brief consideration. Some of the more sensational contenders include famous authors and artists, as well as high-ranking officers and members of the royal family. But these grand conspiracies and elaborate deceptions seem hopelessly contrived against the sheer simplicity of a suspect like Charles Lechmere, an unassuming delivery man on his way to work. Personally, I remain unconvinced that Jack the Ripper has even been identified as a suspect. The few covered in this video are probable candidates, but it's still possible to make persuasive arguments against them. The same is true of all those left out by necessity. None of them can offer anything more than ambiguity and circumstance. With a suspect pool in the hundreds, that might seem improbable, but London was the largest city in the world, home to the largest port in the world. It was a city of millions, with a large population of poorly documented drifters. It's not difficult to imagine one lowly sailor, butcher, medic, soldier, barber, merchant, porter, blending into the slums of Whitechapel like a grain of sand.
There's so much for your family to discover on Disney+.
You see, it's not about this.
Claremont is a town with a lot of history. It has Claremont colleges, which go back into the late 1800s. That is definitely responsible for an enormous amount of the charm of Claremont. Later on, I think the intellectual, artistic community that thrived and thrives here to this day. I'm Jade Dunton, and we are in Claremont, California at the Hueter House. The home was built in 1965 by James Hueter in conjunction with the architect Everett Tozier. James Hueter was a local Claremont artist and educator. He was a painter, sculptor, illustrator, but really a very strict modernist. We're in his studio now. He worked in this room for 50 years, every single day. So James Hueter was part of a group known as the Four Friends. They were really just an inseparable group of artists and creatives. They shared their work together. The Four Friends were Harrison McIntosh, James Hueter, Sam Maloof, and Carl Benjamin. The relationship between James Hueter and the architect Everett Tozier is a little cloudy. Hueter designed the house. Tozier is the architect of record, drew the plans, and having done more research on the architect than I have background knowledge on James Hueter's creative architectural skills, it looks like there's an awful lot of Tozier in the building itself, as far as the module that he used, window systems that are in other works of his. There's a lot of work that he did locally, so it's not surprising that Jim Hueter used him to finalize the architecture. We bought the house from the family of James Hueter. His daughters are still alive. His wife had passed, and we bought it from them once he passed. For all intents and purposes, we're the second owners of the house. He lived to be in his 90s, so the house had some suspended maintenance, as with all single owner houses. We found this house out in Claremont. It was a ways away, but it had two things going for it that we really loved. A very interesting modernist layout and a lot of space around it, which, since we were in the middle of COVID, sounded like a really good idea. We decided to save the house and really take the long road of preservation as opposed to just the quick fix, because the house really, I think, warranted it. It's an important house in the city of Claremont and its history of the arts. It's a place that really just became more and more magical as we unpacked it and spent time in it.
My name is Lori Dunton, and we moved here in 2021. Came on a drive and just were taken by the architecture of Claremont. There's so many different styles, and it's quaint. There's a lot of trees. It just has, and it's historic with the colleges. That really kind of makes a statement and anchors Claremont really beautifully. And we drove and experienced, we're already like that. I love to drive around neighborhoods and look at homes and architecture. And so we found ourselves just exploring and went home, and Jay continued to look and follow homes in the area and found this. And we came in. It's just a really magical property. It's a really magical spot. You drive down a dirt road. You kind of have this beautiful entrance onto the property. the house had been empty and no one was living here. And so it was very overgrown. There was a lot of foliage everywhere, and it's an acre of land, and we had to, unfortunately, we had to really trim everything because of the fire department. And that was presented to us when we bought the house. You will have to, they're gonna come through and walk the property. They do it every year. And they're gonna tell you to trim everything up 4 feet and trim everything down. So they came, we were here, thankfully, and walked the property with them. And it was that moment of, we just bought the house. Do you recognize that? Like, we're gonna do the work, but can you give us some time? And they were very gracious and thankful and said yes. So we have slowly, we've had to eliminate trees. Trees blew down. We lost 2 huge 80-foot pine trees. And we've also lost some eucalyptus just in our big storms that we've had recently. So that's been a big adjustment. But I've just really taken to it, really taken to being quiet. We're retired, so we're able to be quiet in our home. It really has given us the space to really observe the house and the property and to kind of make some decisions slowly. And it's just a total work in progress. I have rolled rocks around this property like unbelievable. It's really fun. I enjoy it a lot, and I'm learning constantly. And we put in a pool, which is kind of a way of survival out here. You can't, I mean, you can, of course, anyone can, you can make it, but it has made it a lot nicer to have a pool and enjoy the heat. And you just get in a rhythm too with the heat in the summer. Winters are beautiful, it's easy. Summers, you're definitely, you get up earlier, you get your morning going, you do your chores, and then you have that, right when it starts to get hot, you start to retreat and come back in the house, and then you get to enjoy the light in the home, and you keep the heat and the sun out. The delight of the light in your house and the rooms, each room serves different purposes. And also too, because we're in design, Jay and I, we move furniture all the time. Our friends come over and they say like, wait, what, there used to be wasn't there a sofa here? And we change the room to feel it and in different seasons what we need. In the winter, this is a colder room. Then the other room is a warmer room, you know, with the heat, the way the house, you know, you learn those little things about the house. The porch is it's another room in this house. We're out there all the time, every morning. We're out on the porch having our coffee. It's really a joy to have the space to really sit in it and see it, notice the quietness of the home. It's really beautiful to be able to have that. And as we're remodeling or doing work, having new ideas about how to be in a room, you know, what it serves. We gather our friends, and it really holds and entertains so nicely with the pool, the walkway to the pool, and the being in here and the studio space. We've entertained and opened up the studio and had, you know, 50 people. It's really nice.
Marissa Roy for Los Angeles City Attorney. She'll fight for us. She helped sue companies that exploited workers, took on Trump in over a dozen lawsuits to protect immigrants, and is standing
have spoken.
That's impressive.
Hop on. Star Wars: The Mandalorian and Grogu, rated PG-13.
So as you enter the house, you begin to feel the constraint of the compression of the architecture. And as you come in, it opens up into the foyer and it gives you the full second story. And then it reduces again, more compression that takes you down into the opening of the main living room. Beautiful expanse. The stucco exterior of the house, I am not sure as to whether that was the original color or not, but it is the stucco itself and not paint, so we're sticking with it for now. The color was put on right, in the way that will absolutely outlast anything else, but it also sort of begs the question, do you like that color? Because you're going to live with it otherwise. The scale of the house is small. It's not a big house. It's not a fancy house in any way. It's a very interesting house. It was designed for an artist, and it really is probably the best house I have lived in for hanging and displaying art. The wall sizes, the lighting, an art displayer's dream house. I can't help but think that James Hueter had a lot to do with that. The preservation movement in Claremont, I believe, is robust. We have a well-run, engaged historical society. They are involved in preservation that really runs the gamut. It's not just skewed to one type of architectural style or another. Claremont is a town with history because it's had, I think, people with an intellectual bent. You ended up with houses. They're just very, there's a well-developed architecture here, and the city is behind it to preserve it. It doesn't mean that houses aren't getting bought and flipped and painted white or black. It all happens. If you want to preserve your house, there's a really good community of people here who are interested in doing the same, and we're all here to pick up a shovel and make it happen. Lori and I have been here for about 5 years. The work on the house has been constant. We do it in manageable bites. Most of the work has been infrastructure, systems, all new electrical systems, all new plumbing, landscape work, trees. It's quite a lot of work, but it really, really is an amazingly special place inside the house and out. And the connection between the two is lovely.
Stop it!
Ven a Verizon y llévate el iPhone 17 por nuestra cuenta. Y elige un iPad o un Apple Watch también por nuestra cuenta.
MiraFast gently relieves constipation in as little as 30 minutes.
What's really unique about Paul Schweiker is if you look at photos of his projects and his built designs, very few of them look similar to the next. And maybe that's why he's not as well known today, because his style isn't so easily identified. Each project is very unique and very specific. My name's Dan Fitzpatrick. I'm the managing director and historian at the Schweiker House. I work for the Schweiker House Preservation Trust, which provides programming here on site at the historic house. We're in Schaumburg, Illinois, about 26 miles from downtown Chicago. The house was built in 1938. It was designed the year before in 1937. Paul Schweiker took a trip to Japan in the summer of 1937 and was very inspired on that trip to Japan, and on the boat ride back sketched the design for this house and his drafting studio, which is adjacent to the residence here. Paul Schweiker was a well-known, well-respected architect in the middle of the 20th century. He was not born in Chicago, he was born in Denver, Colorado in 1903. He moved here when he was a young man because his girlfriend moved to Chicago first, so he followed her out here in 1922. And then he took a drafting class at the Art Institute of Chicago. And he was very, very talented and encouraged to jump into architecture at that time with very little formal training. So he works for a variety of firms in the 1920s. Chicago is booming in terms of growth and architecture, and he then formalizes his education at Yale in 1927 to 1929. So Paul Schweiker visits Japan in 1937, and he is really inspired on this trip. He loves the Japanese approach that building materials can be the beauty of the house. And so he takes that philosophy and he plays around with just a few select materials in this house: wood, brick, and glass. Schweiker designs a 10-bedroom, 6.5-bath mansion in unincorporated Roselle, which is where we are today, now Schaumburg. And it is a really incredible house for a very modest, rural, agrarian, kind of farming community out here in what is now the suburbs, but not back then. And that leads to him moving out to this area. So on top of the commission for this barn renovation, Paul and Dorothy are gifted, as a thank you, the 7.4 acres where we are today. And so that's what brings them from Denver to Chicago, and then Chicago out here to unincorporated Roselle, now Schaumburg. Paul Schweiker builds the house in October of 1938, and Schweiker's focus on the materiality of the house is really what makes this space unique. He always said that of all of his designs, that his own house here in Schaumburg was the truest expression of what he felt was the way residential design could be and should be. So the Schweikers lived here for 15 years. It was designed just for 2 adults. So it was designed for Paul and Dorothy Schweiker, which is why originally there was just 1 bedroom. In 1945, however, and perhaps because of a surprise, Paul Jr. is born. Both of the Schweikers are in their early 40s at this time. And so at that point, and just a couple years later, now a family of 3 living here, a 2nd bedroom was added in 1947. Also that same year, an addition was added to the studio. Paul Schweiker's practice is very, very successful in the late 1940s. And as you've seen, it's a wide open space. So he adds a studio addition to allow for some privacy. It really was a meeting space, kind of a conference, small conference room to take clients and contractors into. The 3rd addition to the property that was done by Paul Schweiker was the garage that was added in 1951. And actually one of my favorite features of the property is the placement of that garage and model shop. It allows for a nice slow reveal as you drive up or enter the driveway. You do see a portion of the studio when you come off Meacham Road, but the house is then slowly revealed as you come around the garage. It's really a beautiful approach to the house. The Langsdorffs at that point move into the house, Martil and Alex Langsdorff. They're both from St. Louis. But they come up to the Hyde Park area in 1942 because Alex Langsdorff is a nuclear physicist, also a plutonium specialist, a brand new element, just a few years old, and he receives a call from Enrico Fermi to come up to the University of Chicago to work on the Manhattan Project. So that's what brings them from St. Louis here to Chicago first. So the Langsdorffs are looking for, really, for Alex, a shorter commute from the city out to Lamont, out to Argonne National Laboratory. They look at nearly 100 houses. And Martil is really looking for studio space to paint all of her paintings. Through a mutual friend of the Art Institute, Myrick Rogers, the Langsdorffs learn that the Schweikers are moving away to New Haven, Connecticut. And so the Langsdorffs take a trip all the way up here to Schaumburg to take a look at the house. Martil, who is a well-respected and well-known painter, falls in love with the house and really sees the house as art. Interestingly, the Langsdorffs, they rent from the Schweikers for 3 years. So they're living here from 53 to 56, but they don't own the house. At the time that Paul Schweiker signs on to Carnegie Mellon in Pittsburgh, I think he possibly considered moving back after his time at Yale. But knowing now that he's committed to Pittsburgh and Carnegie Mellon, at that point they consummate the sale of the Schweiker house to the Langsdorffs in 1956. The Langsdorffs live here for the rest of their lives. Alex passes away in 1996, and Martil passes away in 2013, in her mid-90s. So Martil lived in this house for 60 years. And that really is how we show the house, is as the Langsdorffs lived in it. So the beautiful structure, the beautiful design and architecture is Paul Schweiker. All of the decorative items, the seating I'm on, the paintings, the book collection, the piano, all the decorative items throughout the house are all from the Langsdorffs. And so when guests arrive and experience the house, it's very relatable. We hear this comment from guests all the time, that they feel like they could live here.
¿Qué está pasando aquí?
Pues que fue a Metro y se llevó llamadas y textos a México sin límites. Y el Samsung Galaxy A17 5G gratis. Es un ahorro de más de $250, solo en Metro.
What if I told you HPV vaccination was for men too?
I didn't.
So in the mid-1980s, the property transitions to the local water treatment facility because they thought they'd need to expand their water treatment plant for the common good. And the Langsdorffs then sold the house to the water treatment organization. The Langsdorffs, however, in the sale of the house, with a very good attorney, had the ability to remain in the house even though they sold the house. And ultimately, that's really what does save the house in the end. So the Langsdorffs are allowed to live here in their former home, and the water treatment facility now owns the property and needs to maintain it. It really essentially becomes landlords of the home. The water treatment facility realizes that they don't need to expand that plant, and around this time, the house is put on the most endangered list by Landmarks Illinois, a well-known preservation organization. Around the time of the sale, back in the 80s, the house is also put on the National Register of Historic Places. However, that does not protect the house. It is simply a recognition of its importance. So 1999 arrives, and the village of Schaumburg steps in and sees this house as a cultural asset, and they facilitate the purchase of the house from the water treatment facility. And so now we've had our fourth and current, as of today, owner of the Schweiker house. So 4 owners, yet only 2 families have lived here. Martil was able, obviously, to live in the house until her final days in 2013. Another real unique aspect of this house is this kind of open floor plan and a real focus on the flow of the space. Also, the sense of scale and proportion is really executed so well. The footprint and square footage of the main living space, the living room and dining area, is not that large. But with the 12-foot tall ceilings, we have a lot of volume here, allowing for these tall windows and doors to bring a lot of natural light, but also to let the space open up as well. So the tall ceilings offer a volume that is very comfortable, not too tall, not too small, really just right. So these subtle cues of material can help understand how the space flows very well. One of my favorite features of the house are these beautiful redwood-clad closets. They are affixed to Hollow core doors, one of the few materials that are kind of off the shelf and not made here on site. The tongue and groove redwood boards are affixed to the hollow core door, and Schweiker very thoughtfully leaves off a board for a handle hold. And what's really neat is that absence of the redwood board for the handle hold provides a real significant definition and a real kind of defining characteristic of this real strong banding that goes across the closet doors. That also is in alignment with the lintel of the fireplace in the bedroom space, and that also is in turn in alignment with the window frames that kind of separate top and bottom windows. Very, very thoughtful, elegant assemblage of materials, which just look like doors initially, but the longer you look at them, the more thoughtful one sees Schweiker bringing materials together. And the absence of something creates definition. We have a very successful public-private partnership. Martil, along with Todd Wenger, starts the Schweiker House Preservation Trust, which oversees the public programming here, while the Village of Schaumburg maintains the house. And over the course of their ownership for 26 years now, they have been great stewards of the house, providing maintenance such as roof replacement, mechanical replacement, etc. So today, the house is open for guided tours. We get visitors from all around the world that love coming here to learn about the architectural history of the house, but also even the local history, because this house spans such a long time period. It's also available for rentals. We do film shoots, we do product shoots, and is available on a rental basis, as well as for private events too. Our goal is to ensure the house remains in its near original condition. And also, we really want to share this house as much as possible in a very delicate way, in a very measured way. But we do want to encourage folks to take a guided tour, to not just look online and see photos of the house, but to come and experience the space, the light, the airiness, and the volume of this beautiful, beautiful early modernist house from 1938.
With yearly Brevecto Quantum, one injection at
There's real value in experiencing it at different times of year. So the house is reacting differently to the light, to the colors out in the landscape, season by season. So it's going to be a different house every time that you see it. When the light's different, or if it's raining, the house is a completely different experience. And I think people can really connect with it, even if you're not here because you're drawn to the sophistication of the architecture, because it's so based in the fundamentals of nature. I think no matter who you are, there's going to be something about this experience that you connect with. My name's Justin Gunther. I'm the director here at Falling Water, which is located in Mill Run, Pennsylvania, in southwestern Pennsylvania. Falling Water was designed by the American architect Frank Lloyd Wright, and he really sought out to revolutionize every building topology throughout the course of his career, trying to find solutions for modern living. So with Falling Water, he kind of reinvented what we think of as a house, kind of reinvented what churches look like for America and for the world. He based all of his ideas in the fundamentals of nature. Through his architecture, tried to harmonize the built environment with the natural environment through what he called an organic architecture. So basing the design, the colors, the motifs of his buildings on nature's forms and principles. clients for Frank Lloyd Wright for Falling Water were the Kaufmans. The Kaufman family owned Pittsburgh's largest department store. And it was a family of three: Edgar Kaufman Sr., his wife Lillian Kaufman, and their adult son, Edgar Kaufman Jr. And they had known about this landscape for a long time. Originally, in the late 1800s, there was a Victorian summer camp here that was built by a group of Masons out of Pittsburgh. If you know Pittsburgh in the late 1800s, early 1900s, it was the Steel City, so lots of smog and pollution. So people escaped from Pittsburgh to come out to the mountains for some fresh air. So the Kaufmans learned of the camp and started leasing it as a retreat from Pittsburgh for the employees of the department store. In the 1930s, they ended up buying the camp from the Masons and then started thinking about the idea of having a more formal retreat house here, a more formal weekend house. And at that time, Edgar Kaufman Jr., the son, was also trying to figure out what he wanted to do with his life. He was in his 20s, and he really didn't want to spend his career in the family business and was much more interested in the arts. A friend of his had recommended that he read Frank Lloyd Wright's newly published An Autobiography, which was published in 1932. Edgar Kaufman Jr. fell in love with this idea of organic architecture, of architecture inspired by nature, because the family loved nature and loved being in nature. So he sought out Frank Lloyd Wright. Frank Lloyd Wright had just established an apprenticeship program at Taliesin. Edgar Kaufman Jr. applied to that apprenticeship program. And of course, Frank Lloyd Wright, knowing who the Kaufmans were, could sniff out a good potential client. So Edgar Kaufman Jr. had no problem getting accepted into the apprenticeship program. And he spent about 6 months at Taliesin learning under Frank Lloyd Wright. And while he was there, Mom and Dad came to visit, also kind of got enamored with Wright's ideas of organic architecture. So Frank Lloyd Wright was chosen by the family to realize that dream of a formal weekend house here at Bear Run. So it really is the son that brings Wright into the Kaufman universe and then starts a lifetime relationship with the architect.
No llegamos al partido.
Pero con Verizon no nos vamos a perder de nada. Me llevé este iPhone 17 por su cuenta. Vamos que ya arranca.
Llévate el iPhone 17 por nuestra cuenta. Además, elige un iPad o un Apple Watch Series 11 también por nuestra cuenta.
Hey guys, it's Asher coming at you today in Raid Shadow Legends. Welcome to the video. It's going to be a short and sweet one here this weekend.
Wright was invited, obviously, after they decided he was going to design the house. Wright was invited to come out and visit the site. And the Kaufmans thought that they were going to have a house that was looking at the falls. And then, of course, Wright had different ideas. He thought that if you put the most dramatic part of a landscape in your view constantly, that it would become something that's tiresome. You would just become used to it, and it wouldn't have the drama and effect of it. As if you were forced out into the landscape to see it, then it would always have an impact. So Wright envisioned this idea of putting the house over top of the waterfall rather than looking at it, so that the family was constantly living with the falls rather than just seeing it off in the distance. Because the boulder behind me that makes the hearth of the fireplace was the family's favorite sunbathing boulder and picnicking boulder by the falls, it becomes the symbolic heart of the house. The fire is always that place of gather in the heart of the home. So that boulder has a very symbolic place in the placement of the architecture, but also in the meaning of this space. And it's also the symbolic fulcrum point for the whole cantilever design. So if you think of that boulder as the center of a seesaw, all of this stone that's back here at the back of the house is holding all of the free mass that's floating over the falls, kind of pivoting symbolically on this boulder that's the heart of the home. The design work for the project started in 1935. Construction started in December of 1936, and then the family started using the main house here by the end of 1937. And then the guest house commission starts up the hill, and that's finished in 1939. So it took about 3 years to complete the project. And all the stone for the building was quarried from the site. The aggregate for the concrete came from the site. So there's that kind of physical tie to site with the actual materiality of the architecture. The house is really handmade by local laborers, so they were getting farmers and timbermen from Mill Run and Bear Run, and then basically training them on the job to build this house, which is very much, even though intensely modern, and we think of modern as machine-made, and there's certainly some machine-made elements to this house, but it's a very handmade house, which also gives it that kind of organic quality that people can really connect with. The main house here is about 10,000 square feet, half of that being exterior terrace space. And the reason there's so much exterior space is because the whole purpose of this house is to push you outside, or at least to always have the outdoors as the primary enlivener of the interior spaces. So really the internal rooms just serve as antechambers to the terraces that are outside, which is really where Wright wants you to be to enjoy nature. The siting of the house, he uses the line of the waterfall as the drafting line, and then sets his 30, 60, 90 degree triangle on that drafting line, and gives the house the perfect southwestern exposure in the landscape over the falls. So it's this kind of perfect marriage of site, dramatic waterfall feature, this kind of fantasy architecture of a floating house over top of it, kind of merging into this new composition that's otherworldly and awe-inspiring. And now one cannot live without the other. The waterfall can't live without the house, and the house can't live without the waterfall. On cross axes in this room, the four elements of the universe come together and cross in the middle of this space. So on axis is Earth. You enter the house at Earth, and then you're drawn on cross axis to air out that terrace. And then on the other cross axis, fire at the hearth to the steps to the stream that go down the water. So you have the four elements converging in the middle of falling water, creating this timeless experience of place.
We all know the key to successful AI pilots is making them work. It's not making them work for all your departments.
So the Kaufman family, they also had a conservation mindset. So in addition to buying the original camp landscape, they were committed to buying additional parcels of land and conserving that land to allow the forest to regenerate. And then the Western Pennsylvania Conservancy, after the land and the house were donated to the Conservancy, they continued that mission of land conservation and water conservation and grew that original donation of land to what is currently almost 5,200 acres of land that buffers falling water. And the reason that that land was acquired by the Conservancy is to protect the stream that runs through the center of the entire landscape. So it's to protect that watershed. And the healthier the forest is around a stream, the better it can handle high rain incidents, severe weather. That whole mission of acquiring that land was to preserve the entire watershed of the Bear Run stream that flows underneath falling water. Edgar Kaufman Sr. and Lillian Kaufman both die in early part of the 1950s. And then the son, Edgar Kaufman Jr., inherited falling water. And he continued to use the house as a vacation house until 1963. So at that point, Edgar Kaufman Jr. was living in New York. He had kind of established his life in New York. He was had worked for MoMA, was head of their Good Design program from 1950 to 1955. And then after that, started teaching architectural history at Columbia University. But in 1963, he made the decision to donate the house and the land to the Western Pennsylvania Conservancy, a land and water conservation organization, which may seem a little different for a historic house. The reason why it ended up with the Western Pennsylvania Conservancy is because of the family's love of nature, and because this house is so inspired by nature and has this intimate tie to landscape, it seemed logical to Edgar Kaufman Jr. that it be donated to the Western Pennsylvania Conservancy. He did not want this house preserved. He did not want it frozen in time. He wanted it conserved, meaning it could continue living, just like land that's conserved continues to grow and change and be part of this organic evolution of things. So by giving it to a land and water conservation organization, the house could continue to grow and change along with the landscape that was being conserved around it. He didn't want this house to be a private indulgence. He wanted it to be a public resource because he saw the value in helping people deepen their appreciation of nature through an experience of something beautiful that's built like this. And then we opened for house tours in 1964. So that means we are currently in our 60th year of being a public site. And I believe that also gives us the distinction of being the first house of the modern movement to open as a public site. So as a museum, our main mission is education. And our primary educational program here is obviously our public tour program. Outside of that public tour program, we do a great deal of outreach with local public schools and libraries throughout our region. Outside of our public tour program, we also have something called the Falling Water Institute, which is an umbrella under which we house all of our residency-based education programming. So we have a facility on our grounds called High Meadow, where we can sleep up to 16 people for multi-day or week-long residency-based learning. So we host high school students, college students, teachers, and working professionals, where they can come here on site, immerse in the landscape, get special access to Falling Water to learn about this place and writes lessons of organic architecture, and then translate those lessons in contemporary ways and in different disciplines. I invite people to explore all of that programming because regardless of what age you are or what type of learner you are, we probably have some kind of program or workshop that you might connect with. The intensity of being in the spaces is amplified because every one of your senses is engaged as part of that experience. So you're not only seeing something that's beautiful, we're hearing the sound of the falls, we're feeling the humidity against our skin, we're smelling the forest and maybe the decay of the leaves in the forest. So all of those things kind of coming together just amplifies and intensifies the experience of place, and it just kind of burns in your memory, and then also just makes it even all the more awe-inspiring.
Neutra is now a collectible. It's always a bit poignant to me that the people that he intended it for, the middle class, they can't buy a Neutra house. You know, there's no way. And the other thing that I feel strongly about as a preservation consultant, architectural historian, is that often people, they always feel like they have to make their own imprint on a Neutra. I wish sometimes if people wanted to radically change a Neutra, they would just buy a different house and let history be a witness. You know, we have increasingly fewer and fewer witnesses to what actually went down, how actually people built. And oftentimes Neutra houses have a certain air of humble dignity to them. When you burden them with expensive materials and inappropriate finishes, the house feels like it's groaning under the weight of all these inappropriate treatments. My name is Barbara Lamprecht, and we are sitting in the Haley House, designed by Richard Neutra in 1959. It's in the Hollywood Hills in Los Angeles, California. I'm an architectural historian. I've worked with Neutra houses, beginning with a summer and a winter and another summer with the widow of Richard Neutra, Dione Neutra. And I had done a master's degree at Cal Poly Pomona. She donated her home to Cal Poly Pomona's archives. And so I was pulled out of a drawing class that was run by Frank Gehry's sister, Dorothy Danziger, and was basically asked, they thought I had lived in Vienna and they thought I spoke fluent German, that I would be the perfect person to work with Dione Neutra. So that's how this whole thing started. And then much later I went on to do a master's in architecture and then a PhD at the University of Liverpool in England. Richard Neutra was interesting in that he was born into the cauldron of modernism, which was Vienna at the turn of the century. He grew up running up and down the stairs of Otto Wagner's subway stations and was completely enamored of architecture. He, as a child, he was drawing incessantly. He was also very good at engineering, and it was only natural that he went to architecture school. Most of his commissions were from clients who approached him and who wanted to live in the house. These two young bucks approached Neutra and they said, we want to build a spec house. And here's the location. One was a developer, the other was a builder, Jason Haley. It was just interesting that these two young men, I think in their 20s, approached Neutra, and that says a lot about them, actually. As you can see, this is a very tight, very steep lot. This is a kind of a hairpin turn. Neutra gave them this very compact, very taut design. He said, they had envisioned very neutral colors on the front, on the facade, and Neutra, ever the marketer, said, I think you're going to need a brighter color. We're going to need a splash of color. And so that's when the lemon color, the lemon yellow, went on the facade. Because years later, it was painted over in appropriate Neutra colors. And the more one learns about Neutra, you'll see it in the Lovell Health House. This amazing repertoire of colors, dusty roses and yellows and greens, light beiges that have a very different tenor, and they provide a very different feeling and understanding of Neutra. Usually relegated to silver, of course, ivory, Neutra brown, which is kind of a cold, dark brown, and white.
Try a whole world of delicious Dunkin' Refreshers.
Optimal poop in 10 days. New IAMS Proactive 5 for healthy digestion.
I had seen the Haley House some years before, but a friend of mine who was a realtor and also an architectural historian had said, hey, the Haley House is for sale again, and I wasn't feeling well, and I said, no, that's okay, I'll pass. And he goes, oh, come on, it's just I'm going to do a drive-by. So we stopped. All of a sudden, this guy came up to me, and he said, hi. my name is blah, 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 and I'm going to buy the house, and I want you to help me. Just like that. I left with my friend, and I thought, nah, he's never going to buy the house. I mean, and he did. And that was Patrick. That was the owner. I don't think I've ever had more fun and challenges blending my background in architecture, what I knew about Neutra, because I've ever had more fun and challenges blending my background in architecture, what I knew about Neutra. Neutra is now a collectible. It's always a bit poignant to me that the people that he intended it for, the middle class, they can't buy a Neutra house. You know, there's no way. And the other thing that I feel strongly about as a preservation consultant, architectural historian, is that often people, they always feel like they have to make their own imprint on a Neutra. I wish sometimes if people wanted to radically change a Neutra, they would just buy a different house and let history be a witness. You know, we have increasingly fewer and fewer witnesses to what actually went down, to how actually people built. And oftentimes Neutra houses have a certain air of humble dignity to them. When you burden them with expensive materials and inappropriate finishes, the house feels like it's groaning under the weight of all these inappropriate treatments.
It got stuck in the branch that it was growing on, and then it also has a line
of expensive materials and inappropriate finishes. The house feels like it's groaning under the weight of all these inappropriate treatments. My name is Barbara Lamprecht, and we are sitting in the Haley House, designed by Richard Neutra in 1959. It's in the Hollywood Hills in Los Angeles, California. I'm an architectural historian. I've worked with Neutra houses beginning with a summer and a winter and another summer with the widow of Richard Neutra, Dione Neutra. And I had done a master's degree at Cal Poly Pomona. She donated her home to Cal Poly Pomona's archives. And so I was pulled out of a drawing class that was run by Frank Gehry's sister, Dorothy Danziger, and was basically asked, they thought I had lived in Vienna and they thought I spoke fluent German, that I would be the perfect person to work with Dione Neutra. So that's how this whole thing started. And then much later I went on to do a master's in architecture and then a PhD at the University of Liverpool in England. Richard Neutra was interesting in that he was born into the cauldron of modernism, which was Vienna at the turn of the century. He grew up running up and down the stairs of Otto Wagner's subway stations and was completely enamored of architecture. He, you know, as a child, he was drawing incessantly. He was also very good at engineering, and it was only natural that he went to architecture school. Most of his commissions were from clients who approached him and who wanted to live in the house. These two young bucks approached Neutra and they said, we want to build a spec house. And here's the location. One was a developer, the other was a builder, Jason Haley. It was just interesting that these two young men, I think in their 20s, approached Neutra, and that says a lot about them, actually. As you can see, this is a very tight, very steep lot. This is a kind of a hairpin turn. Neutra gave them this very compact, very taut design. He said, you know, they had envisioned very neutral colors on the front, on the facade, and Neutra, ever the marketer, said, I think you're going to need a brighter color. We're going to need a splash of color. And so that's when the lemon color, the lemon yellow, went on the facade. Because years later, it was painted over in appropriate Neutra colors. And the more one learns about Neutra, you know, you'll see it in the Lovell Health House. This amazing repertoire of colors, you know, dusty roses and yellows and greens, light beiges that have a very different tenor, and they provide a very different feeling and understanding of Neutra. You know, usually relegated to silver, of course, ivory, Neutra brown, which is kind of a cold, dark brown, you know, and white. I had seen the Haley house some years before, but a friend of mine who was a realtor and also an architectural historian had said, like, hey, the Haley house is for sale again, and I wasn't feeling well, and I said, no, that's okay, I'll pass. And he goes, oh, come on, it's just gonna be, I'm gonna do a drive-by. So we stopped. All of a sudden, this guy came up to me, and he said, hi, my name is blah, 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 and I'm gonna buy the house, and I want you to help me. Just like that. I left with my friend and I thought, nah, he's never gonna buy the house. I mean, and he did. And that was Patrick. That was the owner. I don't think I've ever had more fun and challenges blending my background in architecture, what I knew about Neutra, because I was responsible for so much, and hiring people and acting as the project manager and the general contractor, kind of the architect and guardian of the flame, if you will. Like, let's not rip out.
Right now, Sub Club members can get a foot long for $6.99 in the Subway app. Subway, eat fresh, feel good.
Malcolm, keep playing, see what happens.
Out the Formica. Yes, it has a few knife marks in it, but that just speaks to how careful Jason Haley took care of it. If you really want the continuity between indoors and out, maintain the same interior finish. So we did that. Because why? I knew that that wall was going to be protected by the overhang. You know, all the beams had terrible termite dry rot. The roof was a mess. So I brought in Gunnar Kirchhoff, the best Neutra roofer ever. Very lucky to find wonderful people to collaborate with. Going kind of toe-to-toe with the inspector to find out what we could do to protect people and meet code. Having the time of my life, really. I wanted to point out that how Neutra determined a sense of procession. Even in this street, the house is so close to the street. And how do you slow the sense of procession into a house? How do you create that when there's really very little to work with? Well, if you start from your car and you're walking like this, you have to turn your body again and again and again. Each time your body is slowing down, right? Because Neutra has introduced this one little landscape element that then is joined to this other part of the landscaping. And so every time you slow down the body as you enter the house, you lose the guy wearing the toga, right? The Roman senator. And as you procession into the house, you become, that's where you dawn your domestic being. You're a different person. And that's why all these moves that are very typical, and because after Neutra went to Japan, that in 1930, that had a huge impression on him. And the Japanese do the very same thing. They honor the sense of procession. I definitely feel that we've gotten in Los Angeles and in Southern California, especially Palm Springs, and having a very active preservation community and trying to create guidelines, regulations, laws to protect houses. I mean, lots of Neutra houses slip through the cracks. And I often spend time with owners, and the first thing I want to do is start ripping stuff out or changing things. And I'm thinking, just you and the house get to know each other. You know, bitch a little, get angry at one another, just learn to live with one another, and then start that conversation about what you want to do. You know, but first let's stabilize it structurally. Let's make sure you're addressing dry rot or failing systems or all kinds of other things. You know, do stabilize first. Neutra is constantly playing with solids and voids and projecting and recessing. So this is another example of a cheap brick made good. This is called jumbo brick. It's typically not found in fine homes or anything like that. It's a building brick. It's a rough, you know, it's rough trade. And the mortar is not particularly nice either. But you'll notice that there's jumbo brick here, there's Roman brick as the facing brick in the firebox, or kind of firebox, and then a fire brick, a different scale for the hearth, right? So again, if you look at Neutra houses, I mean, even the entrance immediately directs you to the view beyond. You're not even, you could make a left into the private areas, but your body wants to go that way, right? So it's like this kind of effortless, again, this trajectory out to nature. And then the other thing is the sense of a rhythm, you know, the beams and the tongue and groove. Yeah, so there's so many different elements here that are working in harmony. What I would advise people who are thinking about buying a significant home or even any home is to take your time, get to know the house, get to figure out your paths of travel in a house, get to know what the architect intended for you before any radical moves. You know, secure the safety of the house and just your safety first, and learn about the architect, because that will change, I think, your understanding and appreciation for the gem that you've somehow acquired.
With yearly Bravecto Quantum, one injection at your vet protects against fleas and ticks for 300.
Instantly, when we visited the house, to see that if it were restored properly, and we way underestimated what that was going to entail or how long it took, but decided it would be worth it to do it, partly for preserving it as art for the future, but also mainly to be in a joyous place to live in ourselves with our son, and we found that to be true. My name's John Gillespie. We're here at the Kalis House by Rudolf Schindler, built in 1946. It's in the Hollywood Hills in Los Angeles, California. The house was built by Rudolf Schindler, who was a protege of Frank Lloyd Wright and did probably about 35 houses in the California, mostly Southern California area after he'd left Wright. Probably half of those are still existent today in some form. This house was extensively renovated, or restored really, in 2017 to 2022. Schindler often worked with people who were artists or musicians. It was a combination in this case. Misha Kalis, the house was built for him. He was both a fine artist with oil paints, but also a production designer at Universal Studios, which is within sight of the house here. The house was built for him. This end of the house was done as a living quarters. What's now a dining room used to be an outdoor courtyard with trees growing through the floor. That got enclosed in the 60s. The far end of the house was his artist studio. A lot of windows, a lot of clerestory windows, a lot of light coming in for being able to paint there or to work on projects he was working on. They owned it until the early 50s when they sold it to Mr. Kalis's cousin, Jacqueline Charlin, who was a concert pianist. She had played at Carnegie Hall at one point in her career. Her husband was one of the most famous cantors in Los Angeles. So they had musical performances here. The space behind me had a grand piano. Famous violinists, Sasha Heifetz and others, had played here to audiences that would come regularly to hear concerts in the house. And the acoustics of it are amazing, in part because of the slant on the walls. It projects music very well. We found that to be true when we've had some performances here ourselves. It was just the original owner, Misha Kalis, and his wife, who sold it to his cousin, Mrs. Charlin, who lived here, brought up 2 daughters in the house. And she lived here until she died, which was, I guess, in 2016. So we're the 3rd owners of the house. It's a privilege to own it, but also kind of a stewardship responsibility to keep it up and let people come and see it and enjoy it themselves. This house came on the market in 2017. A number of people had almost bought it, but discovered it was going to cost a fair amount to fix up. People, the estate that had owned it loved the house, had done what they could, but there was a lot of deferred maintenance and deterioration, and things had changed in the house that weren't original. When it came on the market, we did a tour of it with Crosby Doe, who's a prominent modern architectural real estate agent in town, who we bought the original Schindler that we own from. He was representing this estate for this house. So we came and toured it. We're daunted by the just sheer number of things that needed to be worked on. But it was, even with the gray paint, the carpeting, everything else, you could tell how loved the house had been, and that it just needed work on it to bring out its charm. So we decided it was worth the trouble to go ahead and start doing that. And this is the result.
My name is Susan Orlean. We are here in one of the great works of Rudolf Schindler. He was doing something really different from Wright, although I think you can see quite obviously the connection between the two. When we saw this house, we could tell that it was a very special piece of architecture, but it was like a woman dressed in a very dowdy outfit. You sensed that she was beautiful, but it was hard to see beyond the sort of frowsy outfit she was in. There were beige carpets throughout the house. There was gray paint on all the walls. We had no idea what was beneath the gray walls. My first thought when we looked at the house was, we're gonna have to pick a better paint color because the gray was really dreary. Well, we had no idea that underneath that gray paint was beautiful wood. The way we found out was we saw a picture of Schindler visiting the house right after it was built. And when we examined the picture, we saw that all the walls were the natural wood, and they were different tones and different kinds of wood. But it suddenly occurred to us that these were never meant to be painted. They were beautiful walls of mahogany, of Douglas fir. The ceilings were this beautiful tongue and groove paneling, and it was really like an incredible striptease, removing this layer of gray paint, which was many months, picking up these drab beige carpets and putting down nice, simple hardwood floors. And it was as if we saw the house for the first time in an entirely new way. I'm glad that we were able to see beyond these layers that had kind of been applied to the architecture that we could remove and find the house intact underneath. We came over here with no notion that this might be a house we would buy. None, zero. And walked in just out of curiosity, and we liked it, but because of all of these layers of paint and carpet, as we were looking at it though, we thought, oh, this definitely is more space, and there were certain things right away that we really liked. What's funny is that I remember looking at the fireplaces, and the fireplace in our previous Schindler was made out of orange brick that was very linear, laid very neatly, stacked and tidy. So we'd come into this house and there are these crazy, brutalist, like giant Flintstone boulders. And I think we both thought, wow, these are weird. And also the grape stakes on the outside of the house that look very shaggy and, again, sort of rough and ragged. We were very ambivalent and went back and forth until like literally the closing. I think we both thought, what have we done here exactly? And then it became this multi-year journey of the restoration, which we could never have anticipated. And there was a lot of fun and adventure in it. It shouldn't be portrayed as drudgery. Obviously, it's very expensive and it takes lots of time, but there's a lot of excitement as you begin seeing the paint removed, and you remove the kitchen that had been redone in the 60s and put back a replica of the kitchen from the 40s. Just felt like we kept seeing the house become more and more alive.
Someone's popular. I've been selling stuff on eBay. Handbags. That rug you gave me? So.
One of the things I love about this house is it is a joyful house. It's not grim, it's not harsh. It's absolutely joyful. You feel elevated by being in it. I really think you feel Schindler's joy in designing it. There's a playfulness, a kind of winking that you sense from him throughout the house, things that are clearly meant to be delightful. But there's no question that he wanted you to experience the light moving throughout the day in the house. And we wake up in the morning with a sweeping view of the mountains and the light coming in from the east. And then in the afternoon when I'm cooking dinner, there's the light coming in from the south. And it moves through the house all day long. And because of the angles of the house, it constantly feels like it's being reconfigured depending on where you're sitting, what angle you're taking as you look at it. It is a wonderful house to live in. There's a lot of privacy in it, but also a lot of shared space. And it's not a huge house, but you can experience it in all these different ways. So it fills me with delight every time I wake up in the morning, every time I come home and walk in and think, wow, this is beautiful. I got really interested in the history of preservation of architecture in LA because I think LA has a lot of great buildings that have been saved because of the new consciousness about the architectural history. Saving this house really makes me feel good because besides the cosmetic changes, it had issues like a foundation that was cracked and rotted wood and things that would have perhaps led to the house eventually falling apart and or not being worth saving. So I'm really glad that we caught it at a moment where it was still manageable financially to save it. In the course of doing the necessary work, we kind of doubled down and really shored it up, really made the foundation sturdier than it had ever been, improved all of the things that should make the house last for another 100 years. These mid-century houses are very much part of what is distinctive about LA. This is where all of the architects in the sort of mid-century period came out here because there was land to build. There were patrons willing to gamble on an experimental-looking house. They weren't just building Center Hall Colonials in Connecticut. They could come out here and do something radical. That's part of the history of LA, and the consciousness about conserving those houses is part of the legacy of the city, and I'm really happy to be part of it.
The other thing that struck us as odd when we bought the house, but we've grown to love it as well, are called grape stakes. They're redwood, long stakes about that wide that were used in vineyards. And the entire back of the house is clad with it, and some parts of the front and the garage. The idea, apparently we've heard, was that Schindler wanted it to feel like it was part of the woods here with the trees. So it does actually do that. It sort of incorporates the house into the landscape.
Ven a Verizon y llévate el iPhone 17 por nuestra cuenta. Y elige un iPad o un Apple Watch también por nuestra cuenta.
At Allstate, what's important to you is important to us. And right now, what's important to Blake is not getting in trouble with his dad. The good news is if you have accident forgiveness from Allstate, your auto rate won't go up just because of an accident. You're in good hands with Allstate.
The exterior on the northern whole side of the house is completely grape stakes. And then it's used in different spots for accents elsewhere, and it's the whole front of the garage, which disguises the house from the street, because the house is down the hill a little bit from the street. And so you get an enormous amount of privacy, surprisingly. And we're still able to grow hedges so that you have a private feel here. This house is a Los Angeles Cultural Historic Monument, which gives it a certain amount of status. You could theoretically get a Mills Act. The preservationist feeling in Los Angeles is great. We've contributed to it a little bit monetarily, but also, I think, in restoring this house in particular and opening it up to visitors. We've had quite a few architectural students and professors and board members of the Frank Lloyd Wright Foundation and others come visit. So we like to share the whole experience of being in the house with other folks. And it's been fulfilling from that side as well. Just to see the light and how it plays with the house. You kind of interact with it in an emotional way. To see architecture that's this brilliant, but also emotional and beautiful, and see that it pulls together so well has been a joyful experience.
this home came on the market, we weren't looking for a home at the time, but we would tour the neighborhoods, and we just kind of like grew this passion for mid-century architecture. We are in a 1955 Ralph Haver mid-century modern tract home. Ralph Haver was an architect in Phoenix from 1945 to around 1980. And during that time, he worked on schools and churches and did so many tract homes through Arizona and New Mexico, Colorado. I think there's roughly 20,000 tract homes that he built during that time. But it was in that post-war era. He moved here in 1945. He was in World War II. And these tract homes are really about like optimism and progression. These homes were kind of like in an affordable 12 to 1,400 square foot block construction. Clerestory windows were some of the main features that we really got drawn to when we did the original walkthrough of the home when we decided to put an offer in and purchase it. Our realtor at the time called us up and was like, hey, a Ralph Haver came on the market. Do you want to go walk through it? And we weren't looking to purchase a home at the time. When we toured it, we were just like outside and we were just like, let's put an offer in, and see what happens.
But what's interesting is that this was on the market for almost a year. And we were like, how is it not scooped up? But it's because it has 4 additions. And so it was a mess. It looked like a mess. And I don't know how we saw the potential of it and like other investors or someone didn't, but it sat for a long time.
So there had been a few renovations in the neighborhood prior to us purchasing this home. And that's kind of what gave us some inspiration, but our realtor was very well connected with Joel Contreras. And that's where we got super inspired to go through the whole renovation process and basically gut it down to its studs and kind of bring it back to its glory of what it was originally built.
Yeah, so when we bought this house, we knew we wanted to talk to Joel, but we didn't even know that we could afford a designer or anything like that. But Joel really worked with us because he was so excited to design a Haver house, because I think it was one of his first.
The process of renovating the home has evolved. So has the neighborhoods or the neighborhood that we're in, and we'll be walking down the street at night and we'll see a neighbor and we'll spark up conversation, and they'll be telling us about the renovation that they're doing in the backyard or what they currently did to their kitchen. It's definitely a community that's brought together through the architecture and design, and everyone kind of shares that same relationship to the history of the home.
Yeah, I do think it's interesting though, because when we do go on neighborhood home tours, you see the syndrome of the grass is always greener. And when you go to other people's homes, you don't see the imperfections. You see the big picture, and you're just like, oh, I love this, I love this, I love it. But then when people come to our house, hearing what they say about our house, it is refreshing to us. To me, it's a conscious practice of every day appreciating what you have.
And just being present, right, as much as we can, which obviously can be hard at times, but being really present with all the spaces that we've created to really enjoy them and soak it in. And I think for me, that's been after a long day of work and just coming home and chilling out in the backyard or by the fireplace or having good conversation in the living room. It's definitely a game changer for me.
We're always drawn to the spaces that are timeless, but modern timeless, where it was done 20 years ago and it's so modern that it doesn't even age. And so, there's aspects of our house that might be a little trendy, but ultimately, to not know it was built 5 years ago in that certain trend, I think that's what we like. We don't want to be put into that box.
I definitely think the quality of our life has improved living in this home. Getting up in the morning, grabbing a coffee, sitting on the couch, watching the sunrise and come through the windows and just creating super cool moments in the house, special to us. We'll catch ourselves walking out the front door, go grab food down the street or something. We're like, dude, we live in this amazing home. We're so grateful and thankful that we get to experience a piece of Phoenix architectural history and in a way that suits our lifestyle. And I think it's just been a blessing for us to live in here for the time that we have.
We really feel like our lives are art, right? The way you dress, your home, what you drive. And it's not to say that you need the best and you need the latest thing, but everything is an expression of creativity. And that's what's so important about a home, in our opinion. That's why we love our home, is because it's an expression of us.
The world's longest lasting protection? Brevecti.
I grew up sort of with my dad always tinkering with the homes, some more than others. I think I grew up in one home that was a construction site for like a year and a half. I'd wake up and have to walk through plastic to get to the bathroom. And there'd be like a construction worker like outside. But I think it's an absolute luxury to have the choice, to choose, you know, how you surround yourself. Buff, Straub, and Hensman, you know, were the architects, and it's really special because there's also a limited number of houses that they actually, as a trio, designed and built. Not that we've seen that many mid-century homes, but the ones that we have seen traditionally are a little bit smaller. And, you know, the one thing that really stood out when we walked in was not only sort of the understated nature of how you kind of come in and discover the house, but really the volume of the house is really large. And, you know, the vaulted ceiling in here feels almost a little cathedral-esque.
We weren't familiar. When we came in, walking into the house, we had no idea.
I mean, but mid-century had always been an interest of ours, but I mean, we loved chairs and sofas and lights and, you know, all those other mid-century things.
Even though I was so opposed to coming to look at the house, because I'm like, it's mid-century, we're not into mid-century. And then sure enough, when we walked in, like I had no idea coming up the driveway, and then when we walked into the front door, we looked at each other and we're like, shit, we're screwed. Like this is like, we already knew the second we walked in, and we're like, crap.
You come in the front door and you hit a wall, and you know, it sort of forces you to turn the corner, and it sort of unfurls the rest of the house, you know, as you sort of hook the corner and you see one room, you kind of see the dining room, and then again, Karen's modification, you know, opening up the kitchen, but you turn the corner and then all of a sudden, like, the kitchen and the den all open up. And so it's really like, there's this really understated design where it's not like in your face when you step in. You know, it's really like you really have to kind of dig a little bit to find the details. Steven was the creator of SpongeBob, and Karen, who is Karen Plankton. So the Karen Plankton character is because of his wife, Karen. And so Karen Hillenburg is Karen Plankton, like that, as far as I know, like in SpongeBob. And that's why you never really see her, I guess. Like you hear the voice or something. From what we heard, when the house was purchased, it was in pretty bad nick. And they had to do, I mean, I think it took them almost 2 years for restoration and remodel. And so they really did a really, really, really like deep dive into restoration. So, and then I think even the pool, you know, I think Steven was an avid swimmer, and so, you know, he wanted the pool warm all the time. And so it's amazing to have the pool cover, and it's just like stays warm all the time without having to heat it. So really, I mean, everything that we really have here is really, it's really because she just literally spared no expense in just making sure that this house was tuned to like every little need that they had.
I think living here and waking up every morning, it's like, a feeling of gratitude and gratefulness, you know, like I still pinch myself. And I still pinch him every day because it's like it's still surreal to me that this is what we call home. So it's like, you know, waking up and having coffee out there. It's like, this is like some people's vacation lives. And to be able to take it in and be a part of it, like every second of the day is insane to me. We're so lucky and we're so thankful. Quality of life and just everything in general has been 1,000 times better. You know, for us, I feel like for the kids too. It's just, it's easier to just like unwind here for a second, you know. Once you pass those gates, it's like everything else gets left behind.
This house is special for an infinite number of reasons. Not only the pedigree of, you know, the architects. Honestly, you know, having the creator of SpongeBob live here and do a heavy remodel on the house. Everything that we sort of live in today is sort of the manifestation of like the best of both worlds, like old, new. I mean, solar, dual glazed glass. It's got, you know, gray water system. It's all the modern sort of infrastructure amenities that you'd want in a house, but with the bones of the mid-century home. And it honestly, like, it's such a labor of love and commitment on, you know, the Hillenbergs sort of at their behest. And we're really like the beneficiaries of all the work that they put in.
Earn 100